Good afternoon. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Beaumont City Council. Today is August 24th, 2021. At this time, could you please silence your cell phones? And today's invocation will be given by Minister Bill Morgan with Calvary Baptist Church. If you would please come forward. Thank you. Everyone, please stand if you so choose to and join us in the prayer and followed by the pledge. Thank you.
Dear Heavenly Father, right now I come to you and thank you so much for loving us and having a plan for each of us. And God, I just pray for the council today as they meet, that you would give them wisdom from heaven in seeing and hearing the needs of the people here in Beaumont. And Lord, that they would also seek your plans for this city. So thank you for how you orchestrate all these things together in the ways that you show your majesty and your love. And Jesus, I love you and pray in your name. Amen.
Amen. Please join us for our nation's pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Minister Morgan. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Mouton.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Samuel.
Present.
Councilmember Durio.
Here.
Councilmember Getz.
Present.
Councilmember Turner.
Present.
Councilmember Philshaw.
Present.
And Councilmember Neal.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Today we have a special recognition. Today we have Mrs. Paula Azundu today with us. She is currently the holder of the title of Miss Beaumont USA of 2021. She will represent Beaumont in the upcoming Miss Texas USA pageant on September 3rd and 4th in Houston, Texas. If you would please come forward. Thank you for being here today.
Hello, everyone. I'm a bit nervous, so bear with me. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Paula Ezendu, and I am, as she said, Miss Beaumont in the Miss Texas USA pageant. I'm just here to tell you guys a little bit about myself and my platform. I am a 23-year-old pre-med with a concentration of biology major at Lamar University. I plan on becoming a pediatric surgeon and one day hopefully opening my own health facility. I am not, how should I say? I haven't been a true member of Beaumont or a citizen of Beaumont. I have been here since 2016 and I have been showered with love and just acceptance. This is such an amazing city. I want to represent that. I hope you guys are backing me and supporting me for that. Just a little about my platform. My platform is women's healthcare. I have been surrounded by medicine my entire life. I remember I was 11, 12, typing in BPs and BPMs for my dad because he couldn't really type as fast as I could, and going with him to home health visits and stuff like that. And it just allowed me to meet a wide range of people and actually helped me be able to talk the ear off any stranger, so thanks, Dad, for that. Though not a native, I have resided in Beaumont a couple years and just seen how community-oriented the city is. From hurricanes being a normal seasonal occurrence, I have personally witnessed the entire city band together to just have aid and help those in need. And that's super admirable to me. I am someone who grew up with the saying, no man is an island, and it takes a village. And that's something that has influenced me to just want to help people. Next week, like she said, will be the pageant. I believe it's the Labor Day weekend, the 3rd and the 4th. It is me and 131 other beautiful women, beautiful, intelligent women that are vying for the crown. As far as my platform, it's no secret that healthcare has been the forefront in Texas legislation this year, but I'm here to speak for those who, like myself, grew up without a woman's influence. Being raised by my father, there was so much knowledge that I just didn't have and lacked because my father's a man, obviously. And he couldn't really teach me because he didn't really understand where I was coming from in a woman's perspective and a woman's gaze. and just having to navigate through those tough adolescent years. I know I'm not the first, and I certainly will not be the last to go through things like this. With my platform, I want to be impactful and bridge that gap by creating and sharing resources that aid in the betterment and knowledgeable aspects of just being a woman. Whether that's teaming up with the Women's Shelter out here or the amazing organization like Girls Haven. Growing up, I was the first and oldest daughter of 4. I had to accept the mother-like role, and I believe this has greatly shaped who I am as a person today. Specifically with my little sister, there are things that I wasn't taught and I had to figure out by myself that I was able to help her become a smart, most likely confident woman that she's becoming today. And I just want to share that and be a leader for young women in the Beaumont city and just help, honestly. So that's me. Thank you, guys.
Well, Mrs. Zunda, thank you so very much for representing Beaumont, and
Absolutely.
we will be cheering you on, and best wishes to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. At this time, we have one proclamation, and Mayor Pro Tem Samuel will be reading that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas September is Hunger Action Month, it is a time where people all over America stand together with Feeding America and the nationwide network of food banks to fight hunger. It is a month to spread the word and take action on the hunger crisis and dedicate ourselves to a solution. Sharing, volunteering, pleading to advocate, fundraising, donating, or just a few ideas for taking action for the month of September. And whereas Hunger Action Month was established by Feeding America in 2008 to promote a national effort to end hunger in communities across our country, and whereas Southeast Texas Food Bank is leading the local effort to bring awareness to ending hunger in our communities, there will be a 10-day countdown campaign beginning August the 23rd, 2021, leading up to September the 1st of 2021. And whereas approximately 12,000 households receive food each month from member agencies of Southeast Texas Food Bank, additionally, the food bank partners with over 130 nonprofit agencies and schools in the area to fight against the crippling effects of chronic hunger. The partner agencies preparing meals provide approximately 90,000 meals to people in need each month. And whereas in the state of Texas, 1 in every 4 child lives in poverty, and about 15% of the elderly in Southeast Texas live in poverty. The vision is to eliminate hunger and inadequate nutrition in Southeast Texas. Now, therefore, the Mayor of City of Beaumont, Robin Mouton, does hereby proclaim the month September 2021 as Hunger Action Month in Beaumont, and encourage all citizens to increase their understanding and awareness of food insecurity and how it impacts our nation, our state, our county, and our communities. Accordingly, the mayor is here to set a hand and cause the seal of the city of Beaumont to be affixed on the 24th day of August of 2021. And accepting the proclamation is Ms. Barbara Newhouse with the Hunger Action Month President and CEO of Southeast Texas Food Bank. Please come forward with anyone you'd like to bring with you and accept the proclamation. And please feel free to have a word. Thank you very much.
I'll say this when I get up here. I think in order to save everyone, given the time that we're living in with COVID and so forth, I'm going to skip the hugs that I normally would do and the shaking of hands that I might normally do across, if that's okay with all of you, out of great respect. So, Mayor, thank you and all the councilmen for supporting the Southeast Texas Food Bank, as you all have done. And frankly, all of you out here as well have been tremendous donors and supporters and volunteers of the Southeast Texas Food Bank. As well, I'll also say that I've only been here 5 months, and Beaumont has been extremely welcoming to me and getting to know the entire Beaumont area. So thank you for that as well. This year, we hope to not have a repeat of last year in terms of all of the hurricanes, the ice storms, etc. However, Should it happen, we stand ready to do what we need to do in Southeast Texas. Hunger Action Month is just 1 month, but in Southeast Texas, we need to look at Hunger Action Month all 12 months because of the number of food insecure across our entire area and in Beaumont specifically. Last year, we delivered 10.7 million pounds of food across Southeast Texas, which, by the way, I had to learn is 305 semi-truckloads. So please know that we very much appreciate everything that you all do, and we'll continue to work on the various projects that make sense for the Southeast Texas Food Bank to be engaged in with the city of Beaumont, with the county of Jefferson, as well as the rest of Southeast Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Newhouse. I was told you want to take a picture with the council. Thank you.
All right, smile with your face or your eyes. 1, 2, 3. One more. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
to setting up a day when y'all come and volunteer together.
Great, we'll have to do that. Thank you. Now's the time for any citizen who would like to speak. If you would like to speak on the consent agenda, items number 6 through 9. If you not have already done so, please go to the back of the room, fill out the green slip, hand it to the clerk when it's your time to speak. She will call your name. We're asking that you please be considerate of the green light coming on. When it does, that is your time to speak. When your time has ended, the red light will come on, and we ask that you please keep it to 3 minutes as possible. Thank you.
Vernon Tubbs, P.O. Box 6421, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here this afternoon representing the Southeast Texas Faith and Community Leaders, Reverend Oville Walker is president. And I'm here this afternoon to ask questions pertaining to the transit workers who were not paid during the freeze in this past year. And the questions that we have, there's been no discussion on it so far, but we would like to know what the transit workers going to get paid for the time that they missed during the ice storm. Also, we would like to know if there are any provisions that will be put in place if this happens again due to extenuating circumstances. And also, will that be concerned citizens? There are concerned citizens, such as the Southeast Texas Faith and Community Leaders. Going forward, will we be allowed to meet with management of the transit department to discuss any transit workers' issues? In the past, we would try to meet with the transit workers' management, but we're not allowed to do so. So we're wondering in the future, will we have access to that? Also, we're wondering why did it take so long, and why was there conflicting information that was given to the citizens regarding the legality in dealing with the issues of the transit authority? And then finally, it makes citizens wonder about the trustworthiness of our city government when we feel as though that we are getting conflicting information. So if we could get the answers to those questions, we would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brian Dunnigan, 622 West Lucas, Beaumont, Texas. Item number 3.
Mayor, they cannot speak on item number 3.
I'm sorry, it is a public hearing. I'm sorry. That was already in a public hearing. Sorry.
No speaking?
No, sir, it's
No.
a public
Are we
hearing.
going to get to speak at all?
You will in the public hearing.
Okay.
During the public hearing, thank
At
you.
the end? At the end?
No, during the public hearing.
I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
There is on the, there's
They
a joint
would have-
public hearing later on the budget and the capital program.
But not on that. It would have to be at the end of the meeting during public comments.
Public comment.
During public comments.
Right.
Yes.
Stephen Lewis, 540 Campus Street, Beaumont, Texas.
I came here to speak to the council about an unfinished project of the city, and that is the complete renovation of the CCC community building out at Terrell Park.
Mayor, not to cut off Mr. Lewis, you can't speak on that item either. You get to speak about those items under general business.
Well, I
At
signed
the
up
end.
for general comments.
Yeah, that's at the very end.
Okay, then why'd you call me now?
I didn't.
I apologize, his was not checked. I didn't know what he wanted to speak on.
Thank you, Tina.
We will call him at the end of the meeting. That's
No
all I have,
problem.
Mayor.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion for the consent agenda, please?
Move to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion? No discussion? All in favor? Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carried. Thank you. Mr. Manager, can you read our first item, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am. Mayor and council, there's a number of reports and discussion items today. The first one is to hear from our Public Health Director, Kenneth Coleman, with the latest on COVID-19 and how it's affecting us here in Beaumont.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager, City Attorney. Just coming to give you the weekly update. When I was with you on last Tuesday, we reported 1,047 positive cases for the week of the 10th through the 17th. Now, coming back to you this week, we have an additional 578 new positive cases, which bring a total of 1,625 currently active positive cases in the last 2 weeks in Jefferson County. Last week I reported there was 22 deaths in Jefferson County. This week there are 16 additional deaths in Jefferson County, which brings a total of 38 deaths in the last 2 weeks in Jefferson County. The median age for positive cases is 36. In Beaumont, for this week, we've had 13 deaths. 38% of those deaths are in the age group of 50 and younger. Only one person that was reported to have been vaccinated that deceased. It was a 76-year-old with underlying health conditions. Hospital report, last time I was with you, we had 227 patients in our 3 hospitals. 94% of those patients was unvaccinated. We had 50 on ventilators, and 100% of those was unvaccinated. The hospital report as of yesterday, we had 262 patients in our hospitals, 91% unvaccinated, and we have 70 on ventilators, and only 1 was vaccinated. So that leaves 99% was actually unvaccinated. I gave you the COVID hospitalization rate for our trauma service area. And the population of these 9 counties is 1.3 million plus. So as of yesterday, for our trauma service area, which is 9 counties, we only have 20 ICU beds available for the population of 1.3 plus million. Only have 80 hospital beds available and 197 ventilators available for 1.3 plus million people. That's the update for the numbers of where we stand. We've all seen in the news how we having more and more school districts that's mandating masks because we have school closures due to the number of positive COVID cases amongst teachers as well as staff. I would like to just clear some things up that's going on in terms of the 3rd dose versus the booster shot. Right now, the third dose has been authorized by CDC for citizens who have a compromised immune system. So we're talking about receiving active cancer treatments for tumors, cancers of the blood, organ transplant, stem cell transplant within the last 2 years, moderate to severe primary immunodeficiency, advanced or untreated HIV infections. So these are the folks who are actually a candidate for the third dose. And the reason for that being, having these conditions, their immune system is already compromised. So it was determined that they needed 3 doses to get the full protection, whereas people who's otherwise healthy only needed 2 doses. So this is not a booster, this is the third dose that they actually need to help boost their immune system. Because with these conditions, their immune system has to fight just that much harder to fight off infections. Now, in terms of the booster that's being talked about in the media, that third shot has not been, let me repeat, has not been authorized or approved by FDA. They're looking latter part of September, maybe early October, before this become available for everybody else. And the reason for that, based on the data, based on the research, over time, the effectiveness of the vaccine started to wane a little bit. Initially, we had 96% protection. They're saying from the data, after 8 months, they may drop down to 60, 50%. So the booster, just by the fact of what it's called, is to boost our immune system back up to that 90%. So that's why they are saying with the third booster shot, when it becomes available, that you should take it 8 months after receiving your second dose and not before. So I just want to kind of clear that up because there's a lot of misinformation about the third dose versus the booster shot. So that's our weekly update. So I'm here to answer any questions from council if you have any.
Mr. Coleman, thank you so very much for your report. Could you just give us the information about the infusion?
The infusion center that opened on Sunday is for the monoclonal antibody treatment. And you have to be a candidate to receive this treatment. Everyone, just because you test positive, doesn't necessarily mean that you are a candidate for the treatment. So there's a phone number that you can call, that the public can call if they do not have a primary care physician. And that number is 409-550-2536. And there will be a medical person to answer the phone, and then you will be screened. And from that point, they will let you know if you are a candidate for this treatment. But now for the ones of us who have primary care, you will need to have an order from your primary care physician to receive this treatment.
Could you also mention about the cost?
The cost is free to the citizens who is a candidate for the treatment. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything to receive this treatment.
And also, is the city health department testing for COVID?
The health department does not test. We've never tested for COVID. We are offering a vaccine, the Pfizer and the Moderna. And our vaccine clinic is operational Monday through Friday from 8 to 4. And if the demand requires that, we would extend those hours. But we've never tested. Most of your standalone emergency centers are testing. Some of your pharmacists are testing. So we just recommend to the citizens to contact those agencies to find out hours and costs, so forth and so on.
Yeah, Kenneth, again, thank you for what you're doing in our community. There have been some concern among citizens regarding the number of testing locations. Do you feel that that's adequate within Beaumont?
We have, it's adequate, but the concern is there's a cost involved. And a lot of people don't necessarily have the funds to pay for the testing. There's not a lot of free testing anymore as it was at the height of COVID. And so that's the concern that most citizens are having, is the cost that's associated with the test.
Do you know what the average cost is?
It varies. Some centers charge $80, some it's up to $150.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Ken.
Councilmember Turner.
We know school has recently started back. Since school started back, have we had any outbreaks with the school district with younger children?
Well, not necessarily an outbreak, but with this week, of the number of cases that's reported for this week in Jefferson County, the age group of 14 to 17 represents 16% of the total cases. And in Beaumont, that same age group represents 14%. So we are starting to see an increase in the number of school-age kids testing positive. And we anticipated that with school being in session.
Councilmember Getz.
I know the county is offering testing for free to county employees, and I know that some of the COVID relief funding that we've received from the federal government is available to pay for testing. What would it take, or do you feel like it would be worthwhile to offer free testing at the public health facility?
Well, in order to offer testing, your lab has to be CLIA certified, have to have a state certification. And our current lab, because of the nature of what we do, does not have to be CLIA certified. So that's why we never offer testing, because our lab is not state certified to offer this type of a test.
What does it take to become certified?
It depends on the services that you currently offer in order to get CLIA certified. So most places, like your Legacies and your Triangle Area Network, they also do primary care. Just like the standalone emergency room, they offer more than just COVID testing. So they labs already had to be CLIA certified to perform certain type of tests.
How does Walgreens and CVS do testing if they're not doing other services?
They may have a contract with a lab to actually do their testing for them.
Okay.
Any other questions? Mr. Coleman, thank you so very much for your report.
Thank you, guys.
I would like to say that in 1 week, 575 additional people testing positive, bringing the total to 1,675. It's no small number. We are urging and asking everyone to please get vaccinated. Please get vaccinated. Thank you. Mr. City Manager, we have 5 discussion items. Can you please take us into the first discussion item? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The second discussion item is to review and discuss a proposal from Corona Environmental Consulting related to a review and assessment of our water system. I had 3 council members come to visit with me and suggest that it might be a good idea to have an expert from the outside look at our system and make recommendations on how we can improve. And so Bart Barkowiak and Mike Harris, Molly Villarreal, and I interviewed 2 companies and would recommend hiring Corona Environmental Consulting. Doctor, do you pronounce it Seidel?
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Seidel is here with us today, and we wanted you to know who he is and the company that he's the president of, and answer any questions you may have. Doc, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thanks for the time. Appreciate having the opportunity to connect with you all. My name is Chad Seidel. I am president of Corona Environmental Consulting. Started 8 years ago, before the name was made a little bit more prominent in the last year and a half or so. But as the city manager described, we were asked to provide some context and perhaps oversight and assessment of the water system for a number of the questions that apparently have been raised. Our company is basically built to do exactly that. I'll I'll give you a little overview, introduction of who we are, the folks that would be working with myself on this effort, our experience, and what was asked of us, and answer any of the questions that you may have. So we started the company in 2013. We're a water-focused consulting firm comprised of engineers, scientists, data architects, and economists. We often describe ourselves as a motley crew of water nerds that just get called in to address problems that haven't been fully understood, let alone answered yet. So we often are engaged in places where there's questions that may have been persisting for some time and not having had the full resolution. We've done work across the country, typically for municipalities, state and federal agencies, and research organizations, and have done work in more than 30 states as well as internationally. Some of the key things that folks have recognized our work on have been assisting with the state of Louisiana's response to Naegleria fowleri, the so-called brain-eating amoeba in drinking water. Also addressed the chemical spill in West Virginia that contaminated the water supply for more than 300,000 people. And more recently worked on issues to proactively mitigate lead exposure in Denver, and the state of California's efforts to understand the needs that their water systems face to be able to provide safe, affordable, and reliable water. And so the team for this effort will be myself. I'm based out of Denver, Colorado area, just outside of Boulder. Jake Causey is just outside of Baton Rouge, and Amlan Ghosh is in Dallas. And the three of us, together with other support staff from our group, bring our experience addressing situations just like this. Discolored water is a common issue that can be addressed in a number of different ways. It can be caused from a number of different factors. And so the ways to address that is really site specific, and we'll bring our background and understanding to address that and provide insight and recommendations about how to proceed. This is pretty small type, but the general gist here is just to give you some more local context for the types of things that we do. We have been assisting the communities provided water by North Fort Bend Water Authority in that they've predominantly received groundwater for really since the beginning of their service area, and are in the process of having surface water supplied to those communities with the new Northeast Water Plant there in the city of Houston. And that effort, very similar to some of the things that have transitioned in your water system, brings a different type of water into a system that has kind of a steady state condition over the years. And so local experience that describes how that is addressed. In Consolidated Waterworks in Shreveport, Louisiana, addressed conditions that were similar, where they had some discolored water conditions, they had problems maintaining disinfectant residual, and through addressing opportunities to improve the system through operating the existing system that they have, prioritizing the improvements that they could make with their water system capital program, they were able to address those issues. Similar issues elsewhere across the country, whether it be in California for Golden State Water Company or Town of Gilbert, Arizona, those are the types of clients that engage us to address these issues. And so the approach that we put forth after having the conversation with staff was really needs to start with a lot of communication to understand what's happening. And task 2 really kicks off with the request of the information. So a 5-year period of understanding what has been the operational practice, what have been the plans that have been put in place, how have things been operating, what have been the complaints that have been received by staff from citizens and customers. Then we'll spend a couple of days on the ground interviewing how things are operating, being managed, to understand the treatment processes, what's happening in the distribution system, and what does that really mean for water quality. And then we'll come back with a recommendation report which describes what we found and opportunities to address those going forward, and really to give you the information you need to feel confident that you're on the right path of addressing the concerns that have been raised. The schedule is to be pretty direct and deliberate, really within a few months, come back with that prepared system assessment report. Takes a lot of effort to get all this information pulled together, but from the earlier conversations with staff, we have a good sense that that information is pretty readily at hand. And while there may be some recommendations for further data gathering or sample collection and analysis, it does seem that this is pretty much accomplishable within that amount of time. And so with that, glad to answer any questions you might have, discuss any of the concerns you might have, and to generally be available for you.
Thank you so very much. One of the main questions is the citizens were complaining about brown water issues. We know that it can be contributed from a lot of different reasons, but one of the main concerns is when you turn your faucet on, you don't want to see brown water. And so this was the reason why we needed to address this immediately, because it's been pretty ongoing. And so can you address just on the surface some of the common issues of brown water?
Yeah, of course. I'll try to make it as contextual for what I understand for here, but this is a general understanding of the types of issues that can lead to those groundwater complaints. More often than not, they are caused by the release of a couple of water quality constituents or contaminants, iron and manganese, from the pipe systems, or it can also be present in the water, either the water from the river or the water from the groundwater that's treated and then pumped into the distribution system. Those contaminants are also in, the multivitamins that we take as well, and so there isn't a health concern with those in the way that they're being addressed now, but they're definitely not good from an aesthetic perspective. Those can be released into the water and result in brown water conditions for a variety of reasons. They can be because it's in there in the water to start with and it's not removed and it just travels from the source all the way to the tap. It can be delivered into the distribution system and then build up in the distribution system over the time. So for example, if you've ever had to take a toilet tank cover off and you can see some deposits in there, that can be from buildup over time. Then there can be slight changes in water quality, change in pH, change in the pressure or the flow can cause further release of that, and that can cause a short period of time when there can be a release of those things into the distribution system and ultimately at customers' taps. And so our assessment is focused on defining a few key things that will help really directly answer your question. First is, what are the sources? Where might it be accumulating? And what conditions might lead to its inadvertent release? And then once those things are best understood, you can start to overlay what are the control strategies? What can be done to prevent it from releasing? And once it can be prevented from being released, how can it be addressed to mitigate it from building up more and perhaps in time be able to just remove it from the system as well? Although by no means is there a singular solution that just immediately makes it go away. It really does take a proactive layered strategy to address things over time. So hopefully that got at the question that you were asking.
Thank you. Councilmember Turner.
In your experience through other cities, have you ever assisted with something to the magnitude of a directional flushing plan?
Yes, absolutely. And unidirectional flushing in particular is often a key strategy associated with this. So generally, once you have an assessment that identifies the source of these concerns, stop those things from coming at the source. Then you start working to mitigate the release of it where it may have built up over time, and unidirectional flushing is absolutely critical for that. Without being deliberate with unidirectional flushing, you can inadvertently just flush it from one part of the system to another, stirring it up in a way that causes more harm than good. And so that is a really critical part of one of the expected recommendations.
And with a city this size, we have a lot of mains to actually flush, to my understanding. What is your normal experience? I know, Kyle, you can answer exactly how many we have. I know Mr. Harris told us before in the past, but I don't know off the top of my head. But do you know?
Like dead end mains?
Yeah, dead end mains, yes.
Mike, you want to come forward, please? This is Mike Harris. It's over water and sewer operations.
Yeah.
That you met on the Zoom call.
Indeed.
Yeah, as far as the dead end mains, we probably have somewhere around 500 to 600. But as far as mains themselves, we run about 850 miles of water mains.
Yeah, thank you. And in your experience with a situation like that, Mr. Harris, to my understanding, has already started. But in your experience, a situation like that, can you give me an assessment of how long has it ever taken you in the past to put together a directional flushing plan with that many mains?
Yeah, so the preparation of the plan is usually not the the longest period of time. Generally, it's the actual execution of the plan, where most often utilities are trying to be proactive in having an annual process that attempts to accomplish as much as possible in every annual flushing season. And it is usually adaptive, meaning when you start, and right now we understand you've got a significant issue that you want to address, you're going to need to make your way through pretty much the entirety of the distribution system, focusing in the areas that are of greatest concern to begin with. As you go through that process, that flushing program will give you information about how successful it is and how long it is actually taking in certain areas. And then you tailor the plan over time so you get it to the point where it's just built into standard operational practice over time. But there are certainly communities that get started and in the first year have an intent to be able to address the high priority areas, with those next tier priorities falling after that. And perhaps in the second and third years still going back to the areas of the highest priority, because that's where the issue was concentrated. Until that information is clearly understood, it wouldn't be appropriate to say exactly how long it takes overall, but you by no means are alone in this. There are many communities that have these plans in place, work through those things, and have to stay on top of it in the way that they operate.
One more, man. From a marketing standpoint, with your experience, for the city of Beaumont, we ask people to contact 311 by email or by phone. But if that isn't working and we see more citizens kind of contact the council members directly or via social media, through your experience, what are some methods you've seen actually help get people on the same page, whereas we can actually address these issues? Because I think one of the problems in Beaumont is the council, we know on social media, but they're not actually reporting it to the city. So through your experience, what are some ways you think could be a better way to address that?
Yeah, every time I've been a part of an issue like this, along with the technical scientific aspects, there's a communication aspect that has to go as well. And so your community is already connected in the way that it's communicating in the ways you just described. There are several ways to bridge the gap between the system that needs to be receiving the complaints to incorporate that information into the program that's addressing the problem, whether it be unidirectional flushing or some of the longer term capital improvements for main replacement, for example. And putting those two pieces together with communications is critical to make sure that it gets fully informed. That's almost in every case of recommendations that we make a part of the outcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal.
Thank you, Mayor. What is the cost of this service?
The proposed effort was just over $70,000 for this assessment, and that would be conducted rapidly. Obviously, the intent is to get you the information you need about what the outcomes are. Now, I do want to be clear, we are focused on these types of assessments. We don't perform the outcoming services of what needs to be done, which in part is why we often are engaged in this way, is that we don't have any bias in the outcome. We just want to identify what the issues are and point you to the folks that can really be the boots on the ground, whether it's operational changes or design and construction changes, and keep that as clear and independent as possible.
One more question there. So previously, prior to the majority of us getting on council, Mr. Manager, y'all hired CH2M Hill that came in as a consultant, correct? Is this similar to the same setup that you had for that?
Similar, but we're asking them to, this analysis is different.
Okay, thank you.
That was more of an efficiency study. This is more of an analysis of our water system, and specifically discolored water.
Thank you.
So it's probably an estimate of a little over 72,000, plus we'll pay for travel reimbursements, and there may be a few other expenses on top of that, but we would pay for this out of contract services in the water utilities budget, and we do recommend them, and you don't have to vote on it, but I wanted to let you know what our plans were, see if you had any issues, and if not, I'll sign a professional services contract with them probably this week.
Thank you. Councilmember Felcher.
I know you mentioned that we're not alone in this, but for the sake of our citizens, can you tell us how common is this problem in your experience across the nation?
Oh, that's a great question. In fact, one of my colleagues is presenting at US EPA's Drinking Water Systems Conference next week. It's a virtual thing, so anybody can watch if you like, describing the predominance of manganese in water systems, and because we've had increased efforts to sample for these issues as a community across the US. I can't hazard the exact percentage, but I think we're beyond 5% of systems across the US have pretty similar source water conditions that you face. And so depending upon the size of the system and the way that you have storage tanks and pipe systems, you know, how old your pipes are can contribute to it. But there's many systems that are dealing with this issue. Now, some have been addressing the issues in ways that can be addressed that may not be possible here. Like you've had a number of issues you've had to address over the last few years, whether it be hurricanes or the freeze or just infrastructure renewal. And so the combination of those things means that the solution set you'll have going forward is going to have to be tailored to that. So
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Getz.
Thank you for being here. And this, of course, has been something that we've been dealing with for a while now. One of the things the city has implemented, which I think will be a helpful tool in your analysis, is we have begun plotting on a map where we're getting our calls and when they come in. And I was looking at it yesterday, and it looks like since the 1st of August that we've had 200 or so discolored calls, which, you know, I recognize given the number of customers we have, that's a low number, but it's still concerning. It's especially concerning if it happens to be at your house. The way we have been dealing with these discolored complaints to date consists of opening up fire hydrants and allowing the system to flush. As I understand it, that's different than unidirectional flushing, which you're isolating particular portions of the lines and you're flushing under more pressure than you are than just letting the water flow out of a fire hydrant. Am I saying that accurately?
yeah, there is a difference between just traditional fire hydrant flushing in a limited zone as compared with unidirectional flushing, which can be one of the potential solution, part of the solution going forward. The unidirectional flushing process would leverage the information that you described at the beginning there. Geographical locations of the greatest number of complaints and when, correlated then with what else is happening then. Where was that water coming from? What was the condition of that water at the time? You know, your water department staff are taking countless measurements and having to report those to both the state, and that then gets reported to the federal government as well. We'll use that information to overlay that to help define where a unidirectional flushing program and other improvements might be necessary. But then to get back to your last question, what's the difference between flushing just at a local hydrant versus unidirectional? Very much is the velocity of the water as it goes through the pipe and the direction of where the water starts from and goes to. So, for example, if you get a call on Monday that's at 1st and Main and you flush from 1st and Main at that hydrant, it might draw water from 2nd and 3rd and Main and down to, you know, you get the general gist of that grid. If the end of that week you get the call from 4th and Main, you might just be pulling those things back the other direction. So the maintaining continuity of the direction of the flow through the water through the system is really important. And then the unidirectional flushing would achieve a greater velocity to more deliberately scour that pipe to remove contaminants as best possible. One of the possible solutions that could help in that case.
Thank you. I look forward to having you here.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so very much. Look forward to getting your report, and we're happy to have you.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, may we have the next discussion item, please?
Next item is to review and discuss the Battleship Texas and hear from representatives from the Battleship Texas Foundation, and this was placed on the agenda at the request of Mayor Mouton and Councilmember Turner. There's two gentlemen here, they're Tony Gregory and Travis Davis.
Right.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I'm Tony Gregory. I'm the president and CEO of the Battleship Texas Foundation. And my colleague Travis Davis, wave at him, Travis, is here, and he's our vice president of ship operations. So thanks for having us here today. We're always glad to travel around and tell people about the Battleship Texas and update you about what is going on with the ship. You may have heard that we have some funding from the state of Texas to repair the hull, and we are diligently working on that. We're one contract away from finalizing that work. After that work is done, we will be looking for a new home port. The Texas legislature basically told us that they want us to take it to a place where we can sell enough tickets and t-shirts where the ship can support itself. And they are not particularly interested in funding any more money to fix or maintain the Battleship Texas. So where we are today is the most likely destination for the ship for the repair work will be in Galveston. Our plans are for the ship to leave San Jacinto State Park first quarter of 22, and it will be towed out of the park, towed down the Houston Ship Channel, take a right to the Galveston Ship Channel, and put on a floating dry dock in Galveston. We anticipate that it'll be in dry dock for a year. So by April of 23, we want to be headed to our new home port. And we haven't, that decision hasn't been made. We've been working on that decision. We've got proposals from Galveston and from Baytown so far. So we are looking to, as far as the economics go, we feel like we need to be in a place where we can sell about 250,000 tickets, paid visitors per year, and then sell merchandise through our gift shop and have special events and corporate events so that we have revenue of somewhere around $3 million. With that kind of number, we can maintain the ship and pay for itself. So what we're looking for is a place that is attractive to tourists, that would, where the ship would be in a good location to attract that kind of tourist attendance, and it would be supported by the community. We only have enough money to fix the hull. We don't have money to do improvements to the ship or to pay for the new home port. So that funding is all up to us and whatever partners we can enlist to help us. So that is a brief overview. Let's see, one thing that I perhaps skipped over is the 2019 Texas legislature gave us this funding to repair the hull. They also turned over the management of the ship on a 99-year lease to the Battleship Texas Foundation. We are a 501c3. We've been in one form or another since 1948 when the ship came to San Jacinto. So we are the managers of the ship. The state of Texas is still the owner of the ship. So I'm here. That's a brief overview of where we are with the ship and our plan moving forward. And I'm just here to answer any questions that you might have.
Look, I raised my own hand. Thank you so very much for being here today. One of the questions I would like to know is, you say funding for the repair of the hull. Are you allowed to give that number out? How much?
Yes, ma'am, it's publicly known numbers, $35 million.
$35 million?
And we asked for 55 and they gave us 35. But that will, that covers engineering, insurance. We've injected foam into the ship to keep it from leaking, transport costs, lease at the shipyard, repair at the shipyard, and towing back. So that money is pretty well committed. And that will get us a ship that no longer leaks, a watertight ship. So we're in the middle of spending those funds and getting ready to put the ship into dry dock. There will be no leftover funds for that effort. So we will have to raise the money to see further improvements in the ship and to construct a new home port. As you might imagine, there's vastly different physical characteristics to potential new home port locations. There's dredging, current docking, room for gangway, gift shop, parking. So there's lots of criteria that we have to look at in order to make that decision. The legislature did. We have to take public comment for that decision, but that decision they left to us. But does not have to be reviewed by the state.
Okay, you stated that you asked for 55 million. You only got 35 million. So obviously you had use for that other 20 million. And
if you have an extra 20 million, we stand ready.
I'll check and see. So the cost for a home port of moving it to a city of Beaumont, what do you know what that cost would?
No, I don't. I don't know any of the specifics. I know in general where you want to put it, close to I think the building you just acquired in the Neches River. But in order to for us to trade specifics, if we didn't get this far in our discussions with Bart, but we do have a request for proposal that we have sent out to these other entities that ask you for specifics about what is the depth of your dock, what physical characteristics does it have, what do you see that would have to be provided in order to dock the ship there and make it a tourist attraction. But I don't know of any specific number that the city of Beaumont has talked to us about for the cost of that.
Okay. Do you know how many daily tickets we would need to sell to support? You stated that you had $250,000 worth of ticket sales.
What we're looking for is to sell $250,000, maybe I said that wrong. We're looking to sell 250,000 tickets per year at probably an average cost of $10 to $12, like 15 for adults and 10 for kids. So those are the kind of numbers that we're after.
684 a day.
So
Did I answer your question?
684 people per day would need to visit this.
Right. So let me tell you a couple things. In San Jacinto, if you've ever been to San Jacinto to see San Jacinto State Park, to see the ship, it's a very out-of-the-way place. 80,000 paid visitors a year. So we're looking to triple that, which we think is very possible if we get in a good location. The ship has been closed to the public since September of 19, getting it ready to be towed out. This past July 3rd and 4th, we opened the ship up for a weekend for people to come see the ship because it had been closed for so long. We had 9,500 people in 2 days. So that's, I'm not saying we would have to sustain those kind of numbers. I'm just telling you that there is a high interest in the number of people that want to see the ship. Like a lot of tourist venues or battleship venues, we have high traffic times. Spring break is a big time for us. Summer is big because the kids are out of school. We kind of fall off in the winter some, and then it picks back up. So it fluctuates some, but 284 people a day sounds right.
Okay, Councilmember Turner.
First and foremost, thank you for coming down to Beaumont to talk to us. We appreciate you traveling.
Sure.
My next question, I notice we keep saying dry dock. Do you know a estimated price of how much it will cost to build a dock or have the proper dock for you guys' boat? Or ship?
When I was talking about a dry dock, I was talking about when the ship is in the shipyard for repair.
Mm-hmm.
Once it's done, it floats, it's towable. I mean, it floats now. But it would be towable to a new location. So we're just looking for a new dock, you know, pull up somewhere, be able to have the facilities to have a gift shop, ticket entrance, gangways, bathrooms, those kinds of things. Does that make sense? In other
Yeah,
words,
so we wouldn't need a dock in the city of Beaumont. You said the boat can kind of float with it. Would the battleship need a dock?
it needs a wharf, a dock. It needs
Yeah.
to pull up somewhere so we can
Okay.
get people on or off of it.
That's pretty much it.
Well, the battleship is 26,000 tons, and so we got to make sure if a storm comes through, it doesn't float off in the middle of your channel, right? So there's some real specific engineering that we want to do to make sure that the ship is docked safely and it's not going to move and not going to sink in the middle of the Neches River.
Yeah. So financially, we don't know a number right now of an estimate of what we might be looking at.
So I have a proposal from one group, and they say $6 to $8 million, but that's at least half of that is dredging. So the physical characteristics of the potential locations for the new home port are here to there. I've been told that you have 40 feet of water at your potential dock. Well, dredging is incredibly expensive. It's not the digging, it's not the sucking up of the stuff, it's the disposing of it. You have to have a place to dispose it, and that makes it very costly. If you don't need dredging, then that's a huge savings.
So, when let's just say you guys come to Beaumont, how does it work? Do you guys enter a contract with Beaumont? And if you enter a contract with Beaumont, what will be required from the city side? What are some things you guys are looking for? Can you kind of walk us through it?
Well, the least cost and the most paid visitors is what we're looking for. We would enter a contract. Our concept is that we'd enter into a lease, and that lease would have similar commercial terms. It would it would describe the responsibilities of both parties. We conceive of paying a small base rent and then giving a percentage of ticket sales above our break even to our landlord, presumably the city of Beaumont. So that's our concept that would work best for us.
So in your previous experience, so the operating expenses is solely on the nonprofit, like, yeah. So when you say you guys raise money, you raise money independently, or are you looking for help from the city? Like, what are some specifics?
Both. We need money from everybody. But I will say that our plans are that we know from we've done capital campaign fundraising in the past for the ship. So we know from previous experience that we need to know where the ship's going for repair, and we need to know where the new home port is. And once those things are decided, then we will go into a major capital fundraising campaign with professional fundraisers and that kind of thing. So my concept of how it might work with the city of Beaumont is that if we have a lease and we have some sort of shared cost for docking the ship there, and then we have maybe a time of free or reduced rent until we can kind of ramp up, and then sign a 10-year lease with 10-year options, and above certain numbers, we pay a percentage of our sales.
Okay, so basically, all we're looking for initially is somewhat of an investment from the city for the dock, and all other operating expenses will solely be on the nonprofit.
Correct.
So as far as staff, maintenance,
it's all us.
Okay, if we don't reach 250,000 people, it's all on you guys.
Yeah,
correct?
that's why I'm saying a small base rent.
Got you. Yeah, just wanted clarity. You
Yeah,
know, people ask.
no,
I want to be able to
yeah,
answer
no,
every
if you're-
question.
Yes, we operate now. We have 8 or 10 people. When we dock at a new home port, we're probably gonna have to have 20 to 25 people. And the reason we are saying we need 250,000 paid visitors a year is because all those operational expenses are on our side,
Okay. So,
as well as the future maintenance of the ship.
yeah, so the most thing that we're talking right now is possibly a conjoint effort for a docking fee. And we're looking at, like you said, it's roughly 6 to 8 million, so that's about the most that we're, just for clarification.
Yeah, I'm happy with a $6 to $8 million number, but I'm not sure that's really necessary. In order to really know what that number is, we'd have to give you a lot more specifics about the ship, the physical characteristics of the ship. And one thing we're pretty interested in order for the ship to not float away from its moorings in a storm, is currently where it's docked in San Jacinto. There are 2 pairs of monopiles that they're just big cylinders with slip collars on them, and underneath them there's about 100 and 150 feet of driven piles. And so these monopiles are there are 4 of them, or 2 pair of them, and that's how we hold the ship in place and doesn't go floating off into the Houston Ship Channel when a storm comes. So we would probably be interested in having that kind of thing on the channel side to, again, to make sure we don't interfere with your shipping and make sure that we don't float away sometime during a big storm. So they're on slip collars. In Ike, I think they came up to within 18 inches of the top, but that's as high as it's ever gotten.
Yeah.
Is that right, Trent? Exaggerate.
So it's possible 6 to 8 million. It could be less, could be more, but it's just possibility just throwing that number out there.
Well, since you seem extremely interested in the specifics, which is fine, we have a very extensive request for proposal that we had sent out to other entities. We'd happy to provide that to you and let you respond to us, and that
Okay.
would answer a lot of these questions.
All right.
Then from there, we could probably go to how much it would cost.
All right, thank you. I'm done. Anybody else?
Thank you. Councilmember Felshar, then Councilmember Samuel, then Councilmember Getz.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe that everyone in this room would love to have the Battleship Texas here, not only for its historical value, but who wouldn't want to attract 684 visitors a day to downtown Beaumont? We are committed to the development of our downtown and economic growth within our city. So I believe we all support just the idea.
Yeah.
I think our 2 biggest concerns is the footprint of the dock, the building, the infrastructure to support it, and then the parking that it would require for these number of people. So we have to look at the footprint of what all we're trying to accomplish with riverfront development, and can we make this a part of it? And if we can, I think that'd be great. The second question that we have is the cost. I don't see us doing this for $6 million, but I'm not the expert. But for the docking, the infrastructure, the parking, all of that, I think the bottom line for the council is going to be, how much is this going to cost our citizens' tax dollars?
Right.
Now, I understand an investment for future growth, and I'm all for that. But we have to make sure that this is a ticket we're willing to write, because we're talking about millions of dollars. So we need to know the footprint, and we need to know the cost that it's going to come to the city.
Yep, great. We're willing to work on that. I didn't come prepared with those specifics today. I'm just here sort of as a goodwill ambassador and to see if we need to pursue it.
And we do appreciate you coming, and we appreciate your interest in Beaumont. Like I said, I don't think anyone wouldn't want to see this happen if we can make it happen, if we can afford it, if there's room for it. I think we all would agree that this would be great for Beaumont. So we're honored that you would even consider us.
Well, I mean, so we're a 501c3, and one reason the state transferred that management to us is we have a little bit better ability to be creative and take different approaches to things than the state does. And the state's always very limited and sort of a big bureaucracy. Parks and Wildlife is they maintain the ship for many years, and to install one air conditioner in this office over here, it has to go to Austin and then it has to come back, and it takes 8 months to do things like that. So one of our tasks is to be creative business solutions to how we're going to handle this. Our main objective as far as the legislature is concerned is don't come back and ask us for more money. So
well, to take Tony off the hook a little bit, we've been working with Lanier, an engineering firm, on the riverfront bank stabilization project. I threw a little bit at them to look at Battleship Texas and some options on docking. We need to take some time and go back and forth with them and resolve the technical requirements to put it there. I was assuming prior to this that it needed to be more out of the water. If it's in the water, that's a different engineering concern, but it's very site specific. Yeah. So the depth of the water, what's required to construct the dock on the bank, which y'all know we don't have a dock there. So we have to go through all that, including looking at our flood level conditions over the years back to at least Ike, and look at what that river rise was and make sure that whatever is specified will be sufficient to protect the ship and the surroundings in the river during those kinds of storms. So that'll take some information that Tony doesn't have in terms of getting that cost together.
right.
Thank you. Councilmember Samuel, then Councilmember Getz, and then Councilmember Neal.
Yes, you mentioned your request was about 55 million, and you all received about 35. What were the other 20 million? What was that to be used for?
So the 35 million is to replace and repair the hull, to make the ship watertight.
Okay.
What we want to replace the deck, which is in terrible condition. We want to repaint the whole ship. The shipyard, the 20 million or so we're spending at the shipyard. The shipyard costs include painting the new steel they're putting on, but not the whole superstructure. We want to air condition the second deck. We desperately need bathrooms, handicap bathrooms. And my pet project is to provide handicap access to the second deck. In other words, there have to be an elevator so that older citizens can, who a lot of times are more interested in the ship than younger citizens, that have ability to get down and see the second deck. So can you think of other things we were talking about?
Could you come forward, please? I couldn't hear him.
Well, he was just saying repairs to the superstructure, the bridge, the helmsman, the tall part of the ship is in desperate need of being repaired. You want to describe that, Jim?
Sure, Council, thank you. To add what Tony was saying, he's right. There's repairs that need to be made to it. We're seeking additional funding sources for that. We've applied for a Save America's Treasures grant, which would provide $500,000 in funding specifically for that project, which is a one-to-one match. So we are endeavoring to find other ways. We have community partners that we've been working with to provide in-kind services and in-kind donations. One of our key partners is NRG. They're providing us a warehouse right now to do off-site work on the ship, which is a substantial savings per month for us to allow us to restore pieces of the ship off-site. If you go to our website or to our Facebook page, you can see the work that we're doing and the quality of work that we're doing.
So I like to say, when the ship comes back from dry dock, we want it to shine. Right now, it's going to shine beneath the water line. That's all the money we have. So I want it to shine above the water line so that it becomes a true tourist attraction. And the citizens of Texas are proud to go on the ship because it carries our name. It's the only surviving dreadnought class battleship. Served in World War I and World War II. It was in every American amphibious landing of World War II. So some of you probably know some of these statistics. It's truly a historic ship, one of a kind, and it bears the name of the state of Texas. So, did I answer your question?
Partially. So when you asked for the 55 million, would that have brought it to Class A condition, mint condition, or would that have brought it to a acceptable condition.
It would have brought it to a mint condition.
And then we're talking about the dock, the cost of the dock,
Yes.
and possible cost of dredging, if that's needed, as well as firming up the bank. That's a responsibility of the city to do that.
Yeah, so I assume there would have to be a bulkhead built, and we'd have to install these monopiles and some dolphins to tie the ship up. And but there's always, we're happy to entertain public-private partnership. So what if City of Beaumont and the Battleship Texas Foundation initiated a capital campaign together, so that we had a whole laundry list and we could attack it that way? I think it's a statewide campaign. I really think it's almost a national campaign when you consider a lot of ex-Navy people are out there across the nation. There's a model of the Battleship Texas at the entrance to the Naval Academy. It was the flagship of the Pacific Fleet and the Atlantic Fleet. The 1st Marine Division was commissioned on the ship. It was the first one to fly an airplane off a battleship. So we think there's as far as fundraising for the improvements to make it shine, and fundraising for a dock, for a new home port, we think we can raise the money.
Okay, one last question. About how much would you say San Jacinto has they put into the ship itself?
In the last 10 years, the state of Texas has put in about $50 million into the ship. If you include the $35 million, that would be $85 million. There was, we were afraid the engines were going to fall through the bottom of fall through the hull, and so there's a lot of structural engineering. The $50 million is mainly for structural engineering, and that structural engineering has stabilized the ship quite a bit.
I might also add, sir, to answer your question, Councilman, that it's kind of a little bit of apples to oranges in that consideration, because the ship was run by the state at the time. So, and San Jacinto is a state park, not a municipal entity or a county entity. So it's a little bit different there in trying to compare like Beaumont to this potential relationship with the previous relationship. So that was the state as the owner putting that money in. The local municipalities put a little in to help support events, marketing, that kind of thing, not really to help support the long-term operations of the ship or the ship being at the San Jacinto State Battleground. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Getz.
Thank you both for being here. I was one of the thousands of visitors that came to the ship on July the 3rd with my wife. Had extensive conversation with Bruce Bartlett, and saw the.
Bruce would have been here, but he had a heart attack.
I understand. I talked to him. I'm glad he's convalescing, and that y'all are able to keep him, down for a little bit, because he was ready to come for sure.
Yeah.
My wife and I attended that weekend. Saw the majesty of the Texas with all the flag pennants along the lines. Really impressed with some of the things that you guys have done in the way of holograms, where you can actually go into the ship and have a discussion with a sailor from the Texas, USS Texas, talking to you about things in the ship. Looking at the interior of the museum of the ship, there's a museum there. It's an incredible piece of history, both for our military and our state. There's several things I think that make Beaumont particularly more attractive than Galveston and Baytown. I'm going to brag on our city. We have the Purple Heart Memorial Bridge that will be within line of sight to the ship. And there's 87,500 people that go across that bridge every day. we have, as a council, been wanting to see what we could do to get people to come off the interstate for a long time now. Putting the Battleship Texas downtown, where you can see it from the Purple Heart Memorial Bridge, very likely to do that, similar to what they have in Alabama, in Mobile, where they have the USS Alabama right off of I-10, and I think it gets something like 300,000 visitors a year. So, we're looking for 250. I think we can do that, same interstate. Other things, we have a deep water channel out there. I don't think we're going to need to do any dredging. Bart, I think we need to do our due diligence on that and make sure, but I know one of the obstacles to Baytown is that they're looking at spending $20 million or so on dredging costs. Is that kind of the problem? And that kind of makes it a non-starter unless you get somebody to write a big check, so we don't have that kind of a problem. Parking, well, as we all know, and that was a very heated conversation here locally, but the city just acquired a large parking lot and building that's now owned by the city, and that could help facilitate parking along with our parking lot over there at the Civic Center. So there's probably not going to be too much required in the way of parking. Of course, that would require further conversation with what actually would become of that building that we bought. But, and I know there's a provision that requires it to be torn down or the previous owner could get it back. But we could still tear it down and keep the parking lot. So these are all things that we would need to think about going forward. So I, for one, I'm very excited about it. I can foresee a day where the Texas is coming down the Neches River with fireboats shooting their water cannons out, spraying out like when the Iowa went into L.A. And it's just, it could coalesce perfectly with the restoration of Riverfront Park, because you said you think you're going to be looking for a new home in first quarter 23?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that should probably be about the same time that Riverfront Park will be opening back up. And and hopefully COVID will be gone, and we can all be out there welcoming the Texas and enjoying Riverfront Park and watching the things we do now today are what we have to do to prepare for something a year and a half from now. Right. So, Mayor, I would encourage the council to support getting a request for proposals from the Battleship Texas Foundation, and let us have that further conversation to get the details so that we can be assured financially that we're not signing on to something that more than we're comfortable with. But I think with all our industry around here and the legacy that we have here with our shipbuilding facilities, I think I'm right about this, but I think that in terms of providing warships in World War II, Beaumont, Texas provided as many or more than any other shipyard in the country. We were churning them out. And this would be a tremendous tribute to that. So if I sound enthusiastic and excited, I am.
We appreciate your enthusiasm, and I appreciate you bringing up the hologram too, because we know that our challenge, a big part of our challenge, is to attract the younger generation. They ain't coming unless there's something interactive, So we have a hologram of one of the men that served as a physician on the ship, and he's speaking about it, and he's standing in the physician's office, the ship's physician office, and he's talking to you about his experience on the ship. He graduated from medical school, and they put him right on the ship, and he was there through the surrender in Japan. So it's very interesting, and part of our challenge, we know, is to make the ship a truly attractive venue, not just for us older folks that like history, but to try to inspire the newer generation to experience the Texas as it represents the service and courage of the people that served on it.
Well, I just wanted to close by saying that we would really like to see our entertainment district that we have in Beaumont, called Crockett Street Entertainment District, come back to life. And I think that if you start bringing a lot of people down here to see the Battleship Texas, it's going to be a big incentive to getting some of those restaurants open again. And I think it could be a perfect storm of events occurring so that we could have truly something special here downtown. Just my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd also like to say thank you for being here today. Couple questions that I have. What is the value of the Battleship Texas Foundation?
Of the foundation? Well, if you're, I'm not sure I'm prepared to answer that. I guess I could just tell you that our balance sheet shows like $5 million.
Okay, thank you. So one of the things, I had this article that I got from Texas Parks and Wildlife website, and I heard you say $55 million is what was spent by the state in the last 10 or 12 years. And this article says that the state spent $85 million in the last 10 years, and now they're spending another $35 million, which is basically $120 million in the last 15 years.
I don't think those are right numbers. It's really,
This was
there were
by-
two $25 million tranches, the 15 and 17 legislatures, I believe. That 85 million is 50 plus the current 35. I don't believe somebody's.
Bruce Bramlett?
So the first 25 million was a bond issue in 2008 that was supposed to pay for the dry berthing of the ship, so building a dry dock for the ship, right? So that was proved to be financially infeasible. So that money was then spent on the ship itself to repair the ship. The next 25, once that first phase of that project finished in 2015, the very next legislative cycle, another 25 million was put in. That finished up in 2017, 2018. And then going into the 2019 cycle, this 35 million. So that's how we get to 85 million. If there'd been 120 million spent on the ship, we'd be a lot better shape.
Okay. And the other number that I just wanted to check on, Bruce Bramlett says that they easily need 350,000 people a year to make the numbers work, versus you saying 250.
He's a salesman. Sure, we'd love to, we think we can attract 350,000,
Okay.
but I'm trying to give you our entry point, our break-even point, basically.
I mean, I guess my biggest question that I have is the Battleship Texas Foundation prepared for any budget shortfalls?
Yeah, we get that question a lot, and the answer to that is there's a twofold answer. One is we do a good job of operating it and causing it to make money. And the second answer is that we will have to establish an endowment, which we don't have right now because we weren't in a position to do that. But if you're asking me for a guarantee of a lease or whatever, or if there's a shortfall, let me just back up the train. We will do, and we have done, and we continue to do fundraising every year. So our budget is not just dependent on ticket sales, but it also depends on, like most 501c3s, on donations. So any shortfall would have to be, we would have to raise the money, is basically the answer.
Councilmember Durio.
I heard you mention work on the bulkhead, and we currently are waiting a report from the Corps of Engineers as far as grant that we received to work on the bulkhead. Would this be something that could be worked into that?
You could, but you would not want to do that. I mean, we've been waiting for many months on trying to get our engineered plan signed off on by the Corps of Engineers so we can go out for bids. And then the estimated project's going to take 14 months to stabilize the shoreline. So I don't think you'd want to add anything at this time. It would just lengthen the process, which again, we're at the Corps' mercy, so we're just waiting for their sign off. But so I wouldn't change those plans at this time.
Have you actually been down the river and seen the space where we were thinking about maybe locating the ship?
I'll answer it this way. I was headed down here early to see that, and I ran into a wreck on I-10, and then I hit a 4x4 in the middle of the freeway with my car, and it went over at about 75 miles per hour, so I had to pull over and make sure that I was still good. But the answer is no.
Okay. And as far as the Holocaust deal, I've been on a tour of the USS Midway, and they have little deals where it's like a recorder. You walk and you just hold it up there, and it tells you about that ship or that particular space on the ship. Do y'all have something like that on the battleship?
Yes, sir, we do. We have an audio tour that was developed, actually that we fundraised for Texas Parks and Wildlife for, and got a grant alongside of that. So with the ship transferring operations to us, we will run that audio tour in the future once we reopen. To add to what Tony said, we are going to add more holograms, make the ship more immersive, so that when you walk onto the ship, you feel like you're a sailor in 1945. So without all the, having to be in the Navy. So that's kind of our vision for the ship, to make it more interactive, much more touchable, much more interactive. So bringing history alive is what we're after.
Okay. Do you see how many local jobs do you think bringing that ship here will produce?
I have that information in my briefcase. In 2016, we engaged a Deloitte firm to do a study, and back then the object of that study was to convince the Texas legislature that San Jacinto was not the right place for the ship going forward in the future. And so that study, it was an economic impact study, and it recommended taking the ship to Galveston. And they did an analysis of how many jobs it would create. They have all these categories that I can't quote off the top of my head, like direct jobs and indirect jobs and indirect jobs. So I have that information with me, but I don't have it in my head.
Okay.
I can send it to Bart.
That's fine. And this last thing, I'm a petty officer, second class, USS Kitty Hawk. Just want to let you know.
Yep. Have you ever been to the Texas?
Haven't been to the Texas. Been to Lexington.
Yeah, well, the Lexington is a big ship. It's got a lot more room than we do, but we're more historic.
So, Councilman, to answer your question, again, it's an apples to oranges comparison, but for the study, with the attendance revenue and staffing levels, it projected a $9.1 million economic impact for Galveston County, 2.4 that was economic impact output. Input benefits were 2.4 million. Employment direct and indirect was 48, and then the tax benefits were about about $160,000 direct. So
For Galveston, correct?
for Galveston, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilmember Felcher, then Councilmember Getz.
Again, not trying to find a reason to not do this, but trying to find a way forward, hoping to find it. Just for clarity, let's say that the battleship did come here, we set it up, but the state of Texas, they're done. They're not looking to invest any more money in this. So as a city, we should go into it expecting no help from the state of Texas moving forward. Is that fair, or did I misunderstand?
Well, it's sort of a political question. We've been told by some of the legislators don't come back for money, and others have been open to us asking for more money. So, but I would assume that they're not going to pony up very willingly.
Thank you.
What they've said.
Thank you. Councilmember Getz.
As you mentioned earlier, the ship is owned by the state of Texas, and ultimately if some disaster befell the Battleship Texas Foundation, it's still owned by the state of Texas, and the people in Austin are going to have to decide what to do with the Battleship Texas. politically it would be a very unpopular decision to say we're going to scrap it, which would cost $30 million plus just to scrap it. So, you know, it's always going to be owned by the state of Texas, I think. And, you know, legislators and senators will come and go, but, you know, hopefully the battleship Texas will remain. I appreciate your mentioning the accounting firm Deloitte, a nationally recognized accounting firm. They did that tourism impact economic study for you. Yes, that was done for Galveston. Is there any reason to believe that something in the form of similar numbers would
Right.
it be the benefit? Any city or
So, right,
would get it? That
right,
type
yes,
of
sir. Correct.
Okay.
I mean, it could have been any location on the Gulf Coast that would produce the kind of income needed to sustain the ship. But it just Galveston was the logical choice, and so, you know, 5 years ago, we were just trying to get the legislature to say, fix the ship and get it to some place where it can sell more tickets and more T-shirts. And so they chose Galveston, but if there are other locations on the Gulf Coast that can produce that kind of tourist activity, that's what we're open to.
You know, and Galveston's a great place to go visit. Don't get me wrong. And they've got Seawolf Island over there where they've got, I think, got a destroyer or a submarine or something. And but their problem is they only get about 40,000 visitors a year there now. And when you go to Galveston, probably the first, you're probably not going there with the idea, I'm going to go look at a, you know, warship. There's a lot of other things to do in Galveston. But you know, here in Beaumont, I think this would be a great place. And so I'm hopeful, and, you know, it's up to the council, of course, how to proceed. But I'm hopeful that we can invest in looking into this further, because I do think it would be a tremendous asset. And, you know, from what I'm hearing, that, you know, there seems to be a desire.
Yes,
So.
I agree with that, and I think that the logical step is for you all to get a look at this request for proposal that we had put out a while back. We want Galveston is not without obstacles. Let me put it that way. And so that's they have been what we thought would be our first choice. But as we work on these things and work on talking to them, we're open to other situations. Galveston is again has its own set of problems.
Yeah, I think I can read between the lines there, and you know, that gives me cause for optimism. I do hope you get a chance while you're here. Certainly, our meeting's going to continue on for a while. We've got a lot of things left, but I hope you get a chance to go walk over there and or drive if your car is able, and you know, to look at some of the locations and scout it out. And if you're around after the meeting's over, I'd be happy and would love to visit with y'all a little bit further while you're down here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Neal.
Thank you. Why did the state want to get out of operating this?
Well, what I always said, so it was administered by Texas Parks and Wildlife. Texas Parks and Wildlife commissioners are interested in whitetail deer and speckled trout. They're not interested in a 104-year-old battleship. They're not motivated to take care of it. And even though they've spent some money on the ship, really, the ship's in bad shape. And Parks and Wildlife suffers from what we call battleship fatigue. They went out of the business of maintaining a battleship. So they have turned over, I think, the railroad in East Texas. They were operating that for a long time, and they turned it over to a 501c3, and it was like, whew, got rid of that headache. So, and then things would happen on the ship would spring leaks, and it would start leaking, and so the Region 5, the Regional Parks and Wildlife parks would have to take part of their budget and give it to the Battleship Texas to fix those leaks. And so those managers were not happy because it has been leaking pretty consistently since 2012. So it was a headache for them, and they wanted out of it.
I would also add to what Tony said is Texas Parks and Wildlife also went through a transition. So in 2008, they had all of the state's historic sites within Texas Parks and Wildlife. In 2008, a good chunk of the Texas historic sites, so state historic sites, transferred to the Texas Historical Commission. With this last legislative session, or the 2019 legislative session, all historic sites outside of the Battleship transferred to Texas Historical Commission, including San Jacinto State Battleground.
Yeah. And the boss of Texas Historical Commission doesn't want the ship in San Jacinto. He wants to recreate the battlefield as it was. And the Texas was not there in 1836. So all these things have kind of come together to bring us to this point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Turner.
You know roughly the length and width of the ship?
Yes, sir, I do, but I'm gonna let him tell you.
The ship's 573 feet long overall and 110 feet wide at its widest point, not counting the mooring cluster that's with the ship. Once we add that in, we're looking at 125, 130 feet.
And width?
Yeah, that includes those monopiles I was talking to you about.
Okay. My next question is more on the lines of, this is the city side. With those dimensions, let's just say we run into an instance where we know we have had people come interested in developing possibly restaurants and things of that magnitude. Is it comfortable to say do we have the space to kind of do both at the same time? Is it, it's more of a city side. Do you think we have the adequate space? Because I'm just looking at the aspect of, you have a patio and a deck out there and,
Well, to this point, we haven't discussed putting anything on the water, and from the conversation during this meeting, it appears that if we brought the ship here, we'd leave it in the water. So I don't know that there's a conflict with any of the present discussed plans and mooring this ship somewhere.
Okay.
There has been some discussion in the past about putting the ship in a big concrete bathtub.
Correct.
We're not doing that.
Okay.
I don't think it presents itself at all well out of the water.
Okay.
Right in the water.
Mayor, one last. Do y'all still anticipate when you get to your new home having campouts on the deck of the ship for scouts? And do you anticipate having corporate events where they could rent space and have lunches and dinners on the ship, or weddings on the ship, and all of that?
All of it.
So,
all of it.
And I ask all that because I met your VP for events, forget her name, but she has a sister or somebody that is at a museum here in Beaumont. And do you know how I'm talking?
Candace, yes.
Yeah, and she was bubbling full of ideas to promote and market the battleship. And so I think that's the kind of enthusiasm that I think will serve you well wherever you end up. And I wish you Godspeed on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time and interest.
Tony, I think we have a few more questions. Okay, you said you're looking for the first quarter of 22 to start.
To start the repairs.
To start the
And
repairs.
then 12 months later, we'll come out of the shipyard.
April of 23.
Yes, ma'am.
So right now, where we stand in August, when do you need a decision to know
I would
who will
love to make
get-
the decision by the end of the year.
by December?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, one other question. You said it's $9.1 million to potential revenue for Galveston.
That
No,
was the
that,
county revenue net with taxes and all that, so hot taxes and things like that.
Okay.
And we can share that report with you guys, with you all as well.
Well, what I would like to know is, I mean, we know Galveston is a tourist destination. Beaumont isn't. I think in light of everything that we're looking at doing in building our riverfront, I think it's a magnificent idea. Coming across that bridge, I think it would be nothing more beautiful than to see that big ship lit up coming across that bridge. But you always have to count the costs. And so what I would like to know is, would they be willing, or would you be willing to do a cost analysis, profit and gain for Beaumont community, not Galveston, because we are not a tourist destination.
So I'll answer that this way. Deloitte did that study for us pro bono. So if they're willing to do it pro bono again, I think it's a great idea. Or if they won't, if things develop between us, maybe it can be a shared cost. I mean, it shouldn't, those kinds of studies they're not terribly expensive. I mean, so.
But I mean, there's just no way in the world we could go into this not assuming that.
Yes, I think you're right. I think some sort of third-party analysis and confirmation that it could work for you and work for us is a good way.
Absolutely.
To move forward. And so you have that consultant kind of objective voice saying, these are the strengths, these are the weaknesses. If you do this, you're going to have to work on this, that kind of thing.
I can't imagine 250,000 to 300,000 people in downtown Beaumont, but I would love to see it.
Well, on the parking, don't forget there's probably at least 3 people per car. Most people are bringing their kids or their grandkids, and they're staying on the ship 2 hours, probably. 2 hours.
Thereabouts, yeah.
So it doesn't,
I would love to see
that per
it.
day parking you were mentioning, it can shrink some.
Absolutely, because if you have a big SUV or a Yukon XL, you could probably put about 8 to 10 people in it.
Well,
And I would love to see it.
Yeah, that's, we like bringing elementary school kids, all those kinds of programs. We love having that because that's part of our mission to educate the younger
Right.
generation.
Any other questions?
Just one last one. Is it kind of safe to say you can kind of compare the size so we can know how big it is to possibly 2 football fields? Yeah. Okay.
It's big. But if you've ever been on a cruise ship, a lot of those are like 1,200 feet. I mean, those are twice as big as the Texas.
So to give you a rough idea, it's an average size, ship that you have coming up here. That's about the size of the ship. Just give a kind of a comparison. So maybe a little bit smaller depending on the ship. So.
Any other questions? Well, thank you so very much for coming and giving us the information, and we look forward to getting the report from you. Thank you. Mr. City Manager, may we have our next discussion item, please?
It's a slow day. The last discussion, no, it's the fourth discussion item. Review and discuss a request from Family Services of Southeast Texas. Mayor Mouton placed this on the agenda.
Thank you. Will you please come forward? Hello.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity, Mayor, Council, City Manager. We have a short video that we're going to show, and I know the sound might be a little messed up, so we're going to try. Let me try it. Is it gonna gonna work if we have our own laptop? We're gonna try it that way. Kim, can you try that, please? Technical difficulties. it's not just buildings, it's saving lives. Pictures brought a lot of memories. I was the first one there and the last one out, except for Imelda. Imelda was a bit traumatizing for us, for our children, for women or children. At 4 o'clock in the morning, we started watching, actually the night before, I started watching Imelda. Again, my name is Deborah Tomov. I am the Executive Director of Family Services of Southeast Texas. I am very honored and humbled to be here, and thank you so much for taking your time to listen to our project and what we're asking for. In Harvey, we were able to raise $2.3 million to finish up the shelter. We got a lot of support from the community, a lot of funders from all over the state of Texas that never funded us before. We were really, really pleased, and we were able to finish it. And of course, with an old building, as a matter of fact, in 2010, Beaumont, the city of Beaumont, actually gifted us that building. So we found out that we had secrets under our floors, and we have to get it abated. So that was done, and that's what really cost us a lot of money when we had to get it redone. So in Imelda, we flooded again after 3 months. And what we did is we renovated. We have a 17-unit apartment complex. It's a 2 and 3 bedroom. We renovated that, and because the board members made sure that we didn't want to put any more money because of the flooding issue. And we do flood. We do have a little flash flood that we get. There is water that comes in the building, so we made sure that we don't want to spend any more money on that building. So right now we're occupying our 17-unit apartment complex. So to give you guys a little bit of history of who we are Family Services of Southeast Texas. We opened in 1931, and then in 1985, we started Victim Services. Our shelter was in Victoria Street. It was a small home, and there was not a lot of beds. And of course, the city at that time knew that there was a big need for domestic violence. So in 2010, they gifted us, or they deeded us, that building. So we went from a 20-bed shelter to a 65-bed shelter. We also have a satellite shelter in Jasper, Texas. We do have a 20-bed shelter there too. So anyway, we've been here for a very, very long time. We are the only domestic violence shelter here in this area. The nearest one is our satellite shelter in Jasper, and then the next one will be in Houston. What we're here for, we are asking for $2 million of the ARPA allocation. Right now, we just signed a subrecipient agreement from the county, from Jefferson County, and Jefferson County is giving us $5 million to build a brand new location or to purchase this building that we're looking at that is under foreclosure. So the building that we're looking at, I don't want to go into a lot of details right now, but it is a 70-bed building, and it sits in a 16.41 acres of land. So it's 50,000 square feet. It is perfect for what we do. Right now we serve about 1,200 women and children. We always have a waiting list. And with COVID, we're not really able to serve 65 because of social distancing, and pretty much, we follow CDC guidelines. So when COVID first hit us, we cut that number from 65 to 30 or 32. It depends upon if we have single women or if we have families, and it depends on how many families we are actually staying in the shelter. So the square footage and the building is perfect for us. On top of that, right now we are going through a certification for sexual assault. If we go through a certification for sexual assault, we will be the only sexual assault shelter here in Beaumont or in the Southeast Texas area. We can offer advocacy, and we will also have privileges at the hospitals when we become certified. That means that we can go to the hospital, we can accompany victims in the hospital, we can talk to them, we can walk them through the legal system. We'll be able to be there as their support. Right now, there is no shelter for sexual assault. In that building, we also wanted some kind of a substation, whether it's Beaumont PD or the Sheriff's Department. We wanted somebody there that's gonna be able to help us. For example, if we have a rape victim that's gonna come in to the building or into the shelter, instead of us calling Beaumont PD or the Sheriff's Department to come in, they will have somebody already there to take their report. So we wanna make sure that that shelter will be a one-stop shop. I think a lot of people say, well, how about services? What do you guys do? This is all the things that we offer, and I'm gonna tell you this. We don't do it ourselves. It takes a community to really serve our survivors. So we do medical, and we have a partnership, for example, with Gulf Coast. They bring their mobile unit twice a month to us, and then they can have women's health checkup, they can have pediatricians over there, and then if, for example, Spindletop has a long waiting list, we will contract with Gulf Coast for their psychiatry. So there's a lot, or dentistry or vision. So there's a lot of things that we do to help our ladies. We also do legal advocacy. We have 6 lawyers right now here in Beaumont that helps us. Of course, it's like a volunteer. We pay them, but it's not really the $200 an hour payment. They've been so generous to us. So they come in and they help our victims that need protective orders, emergency protective orders. So there's 6 of them that's doing that right now for us. We also give them free meals. We have a boutique right now at the shelter where they can go shopping. A lot of the shelters, we wanted our ladies to feel that they are important. When they come in, they already don't have, they don't feel welcome. They already feel sad. They already feel depressed. So what we do is we created a shop where all of the clothing that's donated by the community is in sizes, it's in colors, and they can come in and actually shop like a normal boutique. So those are the things that we do for our clients. We also do skills training, cooking classes if they need to. Not really a class because right now they're in an apartment complex, so they're in small little kitchens. So if they need to, learn how to cook, we have a case manager or a house manager that's gonna come in and do that. So there's a variety of things that we do. As a matter of fact, what we're very proud of right now is our partnership with the Family Violence Unit of Beaumont PD. For the first 4 or 5 months, approximately, there are 6 fatalities in Beaumont due to domestic violence. Don't you know your first murder in Beaumont was due to domestic violence? Right now, for the first 4 months, there was about 1,200 calls. And the fact is, domestic violence doesn't get, half of domestic violence incidents doesn't get reported. So that 1,200, easily double it. That's your number for your first 4 months. So our service is very, very important. And one of the things that we wanted to do is a lot of our funders too, our state, our federal funders, they said, hey, if you continue to operate in that facility, because we've been closed so many times, we've evacuated so many times, that they're not gonna fund us. It's not because our measures doesn't get met, it's not because we don't do our reports, it's because the facility and where we're located right now. Because we do have babies, we do have toddlers, and they can drown. And the nature of the people that we serve, they're already traumatized. They're coming from a very traumatic experience and then taking them out from supposedly the very, very safe place that we can give them because there's a hurricane coming and we don't know if it's gonna happen or if it's gonna hit us. And we're gonna take them out. They're already unstable. So in your packet, you can see in your left, you will see a letter, because we've already researched the ARPA grant. A lot of people always ask us, well, Deborah, do you guys qualify? And the answer to that is yes, we do qualify. In your left pocket, you will see a letter from Dale Ferris. Who is Dale Ferris? Dale Ferris is a grant writer. He has worked for years writing grants, and he's very, very familiar. We have attached a letter from him, a cover letter from him. And we also attach the report that he wrote of how we're going to qualify. And we also attach, just in case, summary of his resume, pretty much, of what he has done, and references. In your right pocket, supportive documentation, we have the who, what, why, when, and how. And then we have the photographs of the floor plan of the building that we're looking at right now. And I know that in our video it says it's $8 million, but we already have an estimate come in for construction, and this was done for us with one of our board members, and this is just an estimate. So we also attach that for you guys to look at. And of course, you're probably going to ask, Deborah, how are you going to sustain this, right? You're going from a 30,000 square foot building. What are you going to do with lights? What are you going to do with water and your bills? We attach our profit and loss statement and our balance sheet. And of course, we are very, very proud of our board of directors. They play a very, very important role in our organization. And I have our finance director, just in case if you guys have any questions about our financials, she can answer it.
Deborah, thank you so much for being here today, for sharing the information. One other thing that I would like for you to expel on is right now how the families are scattered out in all of the different facilities that they're living in right now. Could you speak to that?
Well, right now they are in our transitional housing, so it's not a communal living. It's not an ideal situation for a domestic violence shelter because the security is not as good. I mean, we have camera system, we have the gates, and we have the fence and everything else, but I think we are not able to really see what's going on in that apartment because it's not wired. It's not wired for it right now as a shelter. However, when we evacuate when Harvey happened, we closed. No, not Harvey, Imelda. When Imelda happened, we completely closed and we went from residential to non-residential service because we also do non-residential services. So when Imelda happened and they were scattered, it was very, very difficult because I remember calling our PR person, our community relations director at 5 o'clock and saying, hey, I need transportation. And what does that mean? Because we can't, everybody was stranded. I need transportation. So we had to get a charter bus from Austin to come in, and they were supposed to come in at 12. I remember our clients were boat rescued because we could not get in. Nobody can get into the shelter. There was a woman that was from Louisiana, and she went through Katrina, and all I could hear, I was on the phone, and I was de-escalating crisis, and she had her baby, and you can see it in the camera. She had her baby in front of the gate, and she was about to walk out, and the water was up to here. And we have, in our gate, it's a slope like this, so if she would have stepped a little bit more, she would have drowned. So, anyway, that was one of the things that was very difficult for Imelda because we had to be boat rescued. So when the transport came in, we had charter buses, we had 2. We contacted, it was Dallas and Corpus We contacted those two because they have more rooms. So we got them from here to them. And then they were so wonderful, of course. They were able to take care of them. Some of them went to their transitional housing because they didn't have room. But a lot of them wanted to come back because this is where their family, these are where their families are. This is where they're comfortable with. This is where they lived. And they just needed a little bit of help from us. So it was difficult for us then because we didn't have nowhere to put them after the storm. I mean, we were completely closed. We didn't open until June, February, March. We didn't open until February or March of 2020. 2020. Because it took us that long to redo all 17 units from sheetrock to flooring and everything else. So it's difficult when they get evacuated and when they don't have anywhere to come back.
Thank you, Deborah. Any other questions? Councilmember Turner and then Councilmember Felshaw.
Did a little research prior to coming, and to my understanding, even though we know what's been asked upon on today, when you guys actually fund staff, that's something completely separate, and you guys automatically have that funding in to maintain once, if, you know, the council decides to move forward. You guys actually have funding coming in guaranteed that would maintain staffing to keep the project flowing fluently, since it's definitely needing Beaumont. Can you explain a little bit about how you guys have that funding coming in guaranteed to kind of maintain staff and?
Yes. So I'm going to start with grants. So we are federally and state granted. So we get grants from the state and the federal government. One of the things that we do is that there is a cycle for every single grant that you apply for. We have the Victims of Crime Act, which is, it used to be a 2-year grant cycle. Now it's a 1-year cycle. The Health and Human Services grant that we do, it's a 1-year cycle. I'm talking about the cycles because we cannot ask for more money if it's not within that cycle, if the building is not operational. So what we have, for example, if we purchase the building and close in October and we don't finish the building until September of next year, for example, we're still not able to request for the grant money. However, if you look at your, I think it's not our profit and loss. If you look at our balance sheet, in total checking and savings, we do have some funds that's gonna take care of that. It will give us some time to apply for grants, even if we're not in that cycle, even if we're coming into the middle of that cycle of that grant. So we do have the funds that we have reserves that we saved.
Councilmember Felshaw.
Deborah, it's safe to say that the property you're referring to did not flood during Harvey or Imelda. And can you speak, I know this is a public venue, but can you speak to the monies that have already been allocated or committed to you for this project?
$5 million.
Okay, and that's from the Jefferson County?
Yes.
So you got 5 from the county, you're asking 2 from Beaumont, and you're asking for 2 more from Port Arthur, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Getz.
Deborah, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I've toured your facility. I am amazed and impressed with the scope of work that your organization does, and I'm grateful that you're here in our community to serve. The history of this building is such that I can only imagine. I was there when ExxonMobil presented you a check after Harvey to commence the rebuilding, and we all saw the pictures that you provided of how great it looked after Harvey. I can only imagine how absolutely soul-crushing it must have been to only have 3 months later water once more standing in your facility. as I understand it, and what you explained to me before from touring the facility, is this time, instead of completely rebuilding, you remediated the shelter part. You can go there now and still see that the sheetrock is cut 4 feet off the floor. But you did a great job of drying the flooring out. The sheetrock, putting it back up is not that big a deal, but you're not using the shelter right now. The shelter has a fully commercial kitchen with Hobarth convection ovens, Viking appliance, the whole thing. And your intention, as I understand it, is to leave all that and start from scratch.
We also have a new sprinkler system.
And the issue of flooding over there, while we can't guarantee that that's never going to happen again, we have to be cognizant of a couple of things. One, Harvey and Milder were record-setting storms. We may not see the likes of them again, but we could, and that impacts your operations. But we're not going to just bulldoze that facility, I hope, because that would be a waste. So here's where I'm going with this. That building used to belong to the city of Beaumont. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. And my understanding is that there is a willingness from Family Services that if you vacate, you could give that back to the city of Beaumont to be used for something. And to me, as chair of the Mayor's Homeless Coalition, I can see the utility of that being used as a homeless shelter, and it would solve so many of our problems with our homeless situation. You've already shared with us some of the budgetary numbers that you have for like utilities and insurance on a yearly basis, as well as your staffing. But to truly make this a homeless shelter, Councilmember Felshaw, like what you and I have talked about in the past, in some of these other cities, a one-stop shop where you have mental health services and you have addiction referrals, medical coming in to treat these people. You're going to need a facility like this to base that out of, because that's kind of what you do right now for victims of domestic violence.
The population is just different.
The population is different, but it's the same sort of services.
Absolutely.
You deal with people that suffer from addiction. You deal with people that suffer from mental illness, and you help them get their problems resolved or put them on the path to doing so. Is that right?
That's correct.
Council, this is a gift horse that we should not look in the mouth. This is something that you can get a twofer here. You can help Family Services realize their goal and objective of finding a new location for their traumatized population that they serve, and at the same time make way for a homeless facility that could go so far, and we will talk about this in more depth next week when we talk about our workshop for our homeless. But I want you to be thinking in your mind how this could work together. Yes, we will have to fund the operationals or help contribute towards funding it, but I do firmly believe, and we'll go into this more at the workshop, I firmly believe that you will have the opportunity of collaboration with a lot of faith-based organizations and nonprofits that already serve the homeless, that this will be the answer, the light at the end of the tunnel that we have been looking for in order to get where we need to go to really do something dramatic with our homeless population. So thank you for coming here today and presenting this.
Any other questions or comments? Deborah, again, thank you so very much for the work that you do. I'm also familiar with it. It's set in my ward, Ward 4, which is now Councilmember Durio's ward. And again, I was there too when you were
AT&T,
presented
yes.
with AT&T, and also as a council member of Ward 4. Again, thank you for your presentation and the rest of your team that's here, and for all that you do in our community. And we're so blessed and grateful to have this services in Beaumont, and for the extension of what you're going to add.
Yes, we're excited.
Right, once you have the additional space and the facility. So again, thank you so very much for coming out today.
Thank you so much. Just thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. City Manager, we're in our last discussion, and I appreciate it if you...
Yes, ma'am. It's to receive a report related to Amalgamated Transit Union Local 1031 and their negotiations with First Transit Incorporated, and the city attorney, Tyrone Cooper, will lead the discussion item.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. We had planned to have a different discussion relative to what's going on with the Amalgamated Transit Union and our company, First Transit, who's managing for us. But first of all, let me say that Reverend Tubbs came forward and made some comments earlier, and I'll try to address some of the concerns that he has presented. We've had discussion, myself, the manager, with some members of council, if not all members of the council, relative to the city's position in our transit management company and the transit union. There are a couple impediments to the city councils being directly involved in the ongoing negotiation of the contract between the transit union and First Transit. First being, state law prohibits us from recognizing any other collective bargaining unit or union other than fire and police. That's one of the reasons, or probably the primary reason, why we contract with a management company to operate our transit system, because the transit workers, most of the transit workers, are unionized, and they're members of a union, and a union that we cannot recognize officially. One of the other impediments is that the federal government, federal law, says that, and I'll read it for you, when federal funds are used to acquire, improve, or operate a mass transit system, federal law requires arrangements to protect the interest of mass transit employees. The law specifies that these protective arrangements must provide for the preservation of rights and benefits of employees under existing collective bargaining agreements, the continuation of collective bargaining rights, the protection of individual employees against a worsening of their positions in relation to their employment, assurances of employment to employees of acquired transit systems, priority of reemployment, and paid training and retraining programs. I interpret that to mean that we cannot interfere with their rights to collective bargaining and their position as union members. Now, you all received a letter, as we all did last week, addressed to dear neighbors. That was dated August the 18th. And in that letter, the union, and it was written by their president and business agent of the local union. They outlined certain concerns that they're having with their ongoing negotiations with First Transit. The letter suggests that council has the authority to end what they perceive to be, and it's outlined here, unfair labor practices. And they also go on to say that the company in the city of Beaumont abandoned the bargaining table. And as you all know, the city of Beaumont, as the city council, as an entity, is not at the bargaining table negotiating on behalf of the management company or against the union. So the allegations in the letter can be dangerous in terms of the federal funding that you receive or the city receives in the operation of the transit system. That's why I have cautioned council members and the council as a whole to not interfere with the union position in their negotiations with First Transit. The letter is soliciting council members to get involved in the process, which again would be dangerous in terms of the federal funding we receive for the operation of the transit system. And these allegations of unfair labor practices, if attributed to the city of Beaumont, again would endanger the federal funds that are received for the operation. So this discussion today is to kind of do publicly what we've kind of done on the side with various council members and the council as a whole, between me and the council, among me and the council. So as there not to be any misunderstanding, you know, we're not in a position to interfere, not trying to interfere. As a matter of fact, the agreement that the council has entered into with the management company states that once a contract is negotiated, then the council will have the opportunity to review and approve what has been negotiated. So that will be your role once that negotiation has concluded. We learned on just yesterday that an offer has been made, a new offer has been made by the union to the management company. So, and that was one of the reasons why we did not want to go forward with any further information than what I've just given to you, so as not to get in the front of or in the middle of their ongoing negotiations. One other thing that we were made aware of is that there is a federal mediator involved in assisting with the successful negotiation of a contract with the transit union, and that has been ongoing. So I say that to say that, you know, our position is basically that the city's hands are tied until such time as a contract is negotiated and presented to you for approval.
Thank you. Are the transit people here? Okay, blue shirts. Do you want to come forward?
And before they do, I'd like to say that I have personally met with Reverend Tubbs and the faith and community leaders relative to this, and I have disseminated this information to them in the past. So this is not a surprise to them.
Thank you.
Council, thank you guys for all that you do. As he stated, we are in negotiations. We have been in negotiations since last October. It will be a year this October, of course. Our plight is that we are really, we're being unfairly treated. We have been at work every day during the pandemic, and the only reason the letter goes out to you guys is because first, you signed the contract with transit management to oversee transit. Second, when we're done with negotiations, you are going to sit there and decide if it's acceptable or not. So we would come to you guys. Mr. Hayes oversees the budget that we have at transit management. Mr. Boone oversees the contract there. So it's only natural that we come to you guys. The citizens, me, myself, I am a taxpayer, and we are supposed to come to you guys for help. That's what we're doing. The vehicles that we're operating, they're unsafe. They're unsafe. It's been asked why it was never brought to anyone's attention before. Well, over time, they break. They're unsafe. It's terrible. We're working overtime. We're working 16-hour days because no one wants to come and work here. If they came and worked here, we wouldn't have the 16-hour days that some of the employees are going through right now. Fatigued, tired, but we're still here because we have passengers that depend on us. They're your citizens. They're our neighbors. We're here for them. If we walk out now, they will have no way to get back and forth to dialysis 3 times a week. They will have no way to get back and forth to grocery stores. they will have no way to get out of their homes just to visit. We're here. We're serving our public. We're here. We're doing our jobs, and all we're asking for is help. That's it.
Thank you. I would like to say thank you for the work that you do in our community by servicing the citizens that depend on the bus service. As our city attorney has said, right now you are in negotiations. You also have a federal mediator, which we have been instructed by our city attorney. At this time, most definitely we cannot make comments as to your negotiations with your union other than fire and police. So I hope you understand our position that has been that same position that has been explained by the city attorney. Councilmember Turner.
To our city attorney, I understand that we're being instructed not to get involved, but we do have the right to actually get an update on the status throughout the process with the whole negotiation. And what I'm looking for is more so of an update, not to actually be involved in the negotiations. I would really like to know an update and where we are with everything and where we stand.
Well, the most recent update, as I indicated, as of yesterday, an offer was made by the union to First Transit. And until that offer is considered, accepted or rejected, then, there's nothing else that I know of, that I'm aware of, has transpired.
Councilmember Philshaw.
As the mayor just said, we do appreciate our transit workers and taking care of our citizens. So we hope that our inability to get involved is not interpreted as we don't care, because we do. But one of the things I learned in my first term as a city council member is how limited I am as a council member. There's so much that is dictated to us from federal and state law. And so many times my first year, I approached the city to, let's do this, and they said, no, you can't. And so we get very frustrated at times because of state and federal laws. And so please understand that we're limited on what we can do. But city attorney, can you help me a little bit with, once the contract is settled, we can review it and approve it, but yet we can't, can we make changes to it? Because you can't negotiate. So can you qualify that? What does it mean I can review and then approve if I can't be involved in the process?
The way it's interpreted is that once they have reached a negotiated settlement of the terms and conditions of their employment, that is presented by the city manager to the council for review and acceptance and approval.
What happens if we don't approve it?
Well, you get to make changes at that point.
We could actually make changes.
At that point, once they negotiate, and it depends on what it is you're wanting to do.
Okay, so that's.
But what my point is that before they present a negotiated agreement to you, you shouldn't get involved.
And if we get involved, the bottom line is the funding we get to purchase the buses. In essence, the city buys the bus, but we do not manage or hire the employees, correct?
You're right.
They're not city employees. But if we get involved, we could jeopardize the funding we get for the actual vehicles, the buses, which would cause the whole system to be jeopardized, the whole program to be jeopardized, correct?
Correct.
So then the workers could be out of work if we lose the buses.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And the allegations or the accusations of unfair labor practices, if attributed to the city of Beaumont, that jeopardizes the funding.
One thing I would like to say, if the union decides to accept the negotiations, how could we come in and make any requests or changes?
Well, typically you wouldn't. If they've reached a settlement a negotiated settlement where both parties are satisfied, then it's brought to you just for your acceptance and approval, basically.
Because we oversee the management company.
I've not experienced where the council has made changes after it's been successfully negotiated.
Because
I'm sorry, that's just the way the contract reads, that once it's negotiated, it's submitted to the council for approval.
and that's only because we oversee the management company.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilmember, let me get Councilmember Durio, and I'll come back to you, Councilmember Turner. Thank you.
Can we address, she said that the buses were unsafe. Can we address that situation as far as what you mean by the buses are unsafe, or what's going on with that?
Councilman, our management company, and we're confident, has assured us that the buses are safe. I know those assertions were made earlier this summer, which drew the attention of TxDOT, and TxDOT contacted us for a survey as well, and it's our understanding that they're comfortable with that fact as well, that there is not a safety issue at this point.
Can I address that, please?
Yes, go ahead.
You mind? We're operating vehicles that have broken glass. We're operating vehicles that the ABS light is on, the anti-lock braking system. I have gone in and I've talked with mechanics. The anti-lock braking system is, I mean, if the light is on, there's something wrong with the sensor. There's something wrong with it. Every vehicle that is on that lot, the anti-lock braking system light is on. We have issues with braking. We have issues with check engine lights. We have, it's a lot of things. We're operating, the vehicle that I operate is the special transit. It's a paratransit vehicle. It's the little small vans that goes door to door. When it rains, there is water inside the vehicle. Not drips, it's water coming inside the vehicle. The emergency hatch in the ceiling, that is both, it's so much water that builds up in there, it sinks. It's just hanging like this. If that particular thing, just the emergency hatch, it falls in, it could fall in on someone. I invite all of you to come, and even TxDOT, because I know they have not been to that facility. Come down there and look at them. Come look at them.
When that
have
happens,
passengers with umbrellas in the van because they're getting wet. It's mold, it's rust. No one is just sitting here, just spewing out things. It's serious. And all it takes is you going over there to look at it.
I have a video of me on a unit while it was raining inside the bus.
Are these buses maintained by city mechanics?
No,
No,
they're
sir.
not.
so it's all done by the management company, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment. Councilmember Turner, and then, go ahead, Councilmember Turner.
Mr. Attorney, to my understanding, the current contract that they are under, of course, it was approved or voted on prior to me being on the council. So in that instance, when we come into an instance like this, I understand what you're saying, that a contract is already in action, but how do we go about it if it's approved and already present prior to new council members? I understand what you're saying, but myself and Mr. Durio are fairly new to the council. The contract that you guys are currently under, to my understanding, it happened prior to us being put on the council and it was voted on. So I know we're being instructed not to speak on this and not to talk on this, but if this thing was approved prior to us, are we being told that we have to operate upon something that was approved prior to us being on the council?
As a council member who came on to, I'm sorry. As a council member who came onto the council after an agreement has been acted upon, has to abide by that agreement. That agreement is in full force and effect. Now, I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
The current, yeah, the current
Yeah, he's talking about
contract
the
between.
contract with First Transit.
Okay, the contract with First Transit was executed or approved in October of 2020. And I'm not sure.
3 years.
3-year contract. So it's good for 3 years.
With 2-year, 1-year extensions.
Well, the initial term is a 3-year.
Councilmember,
Let me just give the council a quick history. We had a long-term contract that was renewed many times by previous city councils with a company out of Florida. The gentleman that ran the service for that company out of Florida bought the company from the company from Florida and ran it basically as a sole proprietorship. He was planning to retire a couple years ago, let us know, and we went out for proposals. And I believe, was First Transit the only bidder?
There were other bidders.
There was one other one?
There was VIA, which was an on-demand service, and
Yeah.
but this was the primary.
Yeah, so I think we had one that met the specifications, and council approved the agreement that you have now with First Transit. So First Transit is a provider of management services for the most part. They probably provide this service for over 300 cities in the U.S. So all the things that she said, we take seriously. We need to look, and he will, Mr. Boone will look into every one of those items she brought forward. There's no doubt we all have challenges with our fleet. We have problems every day. We have over 1,000 vehicles in the city of Beaumont. So when we know about it, again, this is managed by First Transit. They employ the bus drivers. They employ the mechanics. They provide the service. The city of Beaumont, in essence, ends up paying for it about 40 to 50%, depending on the year. We pay for 40 to 50% of the operating cost, and the federal government and the state of Texas pay the remainder. That's the system we have. So any items they bring forward, though, we need to check out. We need to, if there's rain coming through the roof, hopefully that's on that particular day, and it's in the shop the next day, right? So, but those are things we need to check, and we will, so it's good to have this dialogue.
Okay. Let me do this. Since I've been on council, I've had to deal with this system. It's difficult for me to truly understand what I can and cannot do, and I've been hesitant because of the possible liability. As I understand it, the city of Beaumont contracts with a company to run the service. We don't approve the contract that's between the union and the contractor. We simply acknowledge it and accept it as a presentation, as a contract. Is that correct? The only way I know to try to get through this, to help understand, is to ask questions.
Yeah. So it's complicated mostly because of the federal regulations. However, if First Transit reaches an agreement with the union, the council will approve that. And the reason being, that's a protection for the city, the feds, and the state, that if they were to, I'm making this up, if they were to go reach an agreement and give a 30% increase, you may say, wait a minute, we don't have the funds to pay for that. So you want to sign off on it, and that's basically what you have the right to do.
So it's basically just a legality, a ratification.
Ratification of the contract.
I'd say that's fair. Would you, Mr. Cooper?
I'll read to you what you agreed to. All collective bargaining agreements or other employment agreements and amendments thereto negotiated by First Transit will be submitted to the client, which is the city, for approval, and will be the responsibility of the client, the city.
Okay. So the budget the funds to run the transit has to be approved by the council, and that we allocate the funds, whether it be state or federal. And that is the extent that we can impact that contract.
The feds and the state basically tell us every year what they're going to pay us, sometimes based on a formula, sometimes based on other mechanisms. But so they tell us what we're going to receive, and we know we have to pay the remainder.
Okay. Now, the statement that was made in the flyer to the general public stating that we could end the contract or the conflicts at any time, the city of Beaumont, that is incorrect.
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect.
We cannot tell the contractor what to do or the union.
That would be an unacceptable interference.
Right. So that means the only thing that we can do if we are not pleased with the contractor at the end of the contract period, we can take that under consideration as to how we felt as a council as a whole in the way that they managed the contract. It would be the only other way we can deal with that contractor is if they breach the contract between that management company and the city of Beaumont.
And terminate.
Internally.
I'm saying, and terminate the contract.
And terminate the contract. But that would be a legal issue as to whether there was a breach of contract between the contractor and the city of Beaumont.
Correct.
And that would only be in the event of a breach of contract or the expiration of the contract period. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we cannot, because we don't like the way things are going, we cannot get involved to make somebody do anything, the contractor or the union. All we can do is deal with the end results. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
I still have a question.
That I've withheld my personal feelings because I understand interference with the contract could make the city of Beaumont liable, and that would be a derelict of the duty, of the fiduciary duty as a council. And that's why I've chosen to not say anything, but all I can do, if I'm not happy with the contractor, at some point, we will have an opportunity as a body to make a decision. But that time is not now. I hope I asked questions simply to bring about some clarity to some uncertainties that exist. I care about every city employee. I care about the employees that are hired by the contractor that the city has to deal with. All I can do is hope and pray that others will understand there is so much that we can do, and there's a way that we have to do it. And I guess that's all I can say at this time.
Councilmember Turner.
So my question is, I understand what's going on, but I still have some concerns, and I just want clarity moving forward so I fully understand. So when we're in these type of contract situations, are we bound to this contract if we don't feel like we are okay with the way the contract is going? Like I said, it happened previously. Are you telling us today that we're bound to this contract even if it's not meeting our expectations?
If it doesn't meet your expectations, there's a termination provision in it that the council can execute. Now, you have to keep in mind is that the next company that comes along, if there is a next company that comes along, you may be faced with the same situation.
But those expectations have to be
negotiated.
It has to be within the letter of the contract.
Right.
Correct.
It's not just because we don't like the way they're doing something. they have to make an actual violation of the contract that has been signed by all parties.
And I understand that totally, and that's what I'm asking today. I seen a little discrepancy. Mr. Boone said everything was fine with buses. Something else was said, so I would like to look into that, and I would like to get a report on where we at with that.
We can definitely get you a report on the status of the buses, for sure.
Okay, so if bus driver number one makes a complaint, it's raining in my bus, is there a form that is filled out that goes to a report? Then the report is taken care of so that it's on record?
So, right, Ms. Haynes is probably more familiar, but any issue with the bus, I'm sure they would report it to the operations manager or the mechanic for repair.
So, Ms. Haynes.
So there's a daily checklist that we fill out. We fill out on each individual vehicle that we operate, and that goes to, my understanding, to the maintenance, to the mechanics. And at which point they, do what they can to get things taken care of. But with this particular issue, that it is so severe that, they don't have the equipment to take care of that.
So this isn't a one-time issue?
It's not a one-time issue, and it's not on just one vehicle.
Okay. So if you've reported it, 2 or 3 other drivers have reported it, then it should be a record
It
on
should be a
file.
record, yes, ma'am.
And when that's reported and the record is on file, then Mr. Boone should have a record of it being repaired at some point.
Yes, ma'am, you should.
No, ma'am. We don't. Our office does not keep those records of maintenance of vehicles. Now, if we want, again, TxDOT came down, and I believe they were given all the maintenance records, or a significant number of the maintenance records this summer. We can certainly get those records to you.
Please.
Yeah, we would have a right to those
To
records
request
and
those-
to audit
those
whatever
records.
records they may have. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Felshaw.
City Manager, correct me if I'm wrong. I understand if we're not pleased with the contract with First Transit, we could go back out for bids or proposals and seek out another company. We're not pleased with the service they're providing.
You'd have to terminate the agreement before you did that.
But we could at some point.
You could.
Okay, but the last time we did this, we only had 2, First Transit being
One didn't meet
one.
specifications or what we were looking for.
And the other one was just never going to get there. So my point is, there's not an abundance of companies out there knocking on our door to provide this service. Is that a fair statement?
I'd say.
That's
Go ahead,
correct.
Chris.
My recollection is we had Via an on-demand service, and then a local trucking company was our other bidder. So to answer your question, I'm not aware of a lot of companies out there that do this kind of work.
Okay, and that's frustrating, but I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. And understand the limitations we have placed on us, okay? Can we walk in there and say, these buses are not up to standard, you need to fix them? We can't do that.
One moment. Okay.
Because we own the buses, if I understood. We can't demand they be repaired? That's the question.
The first question is, do we own the buses?
Yes, ma'am.
We do.
Okay, we own the buses, but we have a company managing our buses, our equipment.
Yes.
And so you're telling me we can't make demands on them to make sure that?
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
No,
I just said we don't keep
I think we have every right to audit, and, we're in constant communication with that company. The city council, correct me, Mr. Semino, city council approved the purchase of 8 big buses, which are on order right now, 8 new paratransit buses, which are on order right now. You just approved that.
No, we're not talking about new buses, because if
we're
they're
talking about the
new, it's
existing
not going to
ones,
be
but
raining
no,
and
we have every
leaking on
right to
them.
go over there and at any time and walk through their offices and make inspections, request reports, and then Mr. Cooper can answer this. The question I have is, maybe the council wants to hear from First Transit in executive session. Can they do that as it relates to, I think there's a lot of information you're still not getting, and
It is.
And I think maybe does the company have the right to come to executive session
We'd
as
have to
relates
talk
to
about the
contemplated
subject matter.
litigation? Yeah.
Yeah, what the
So,
discussion would be.
Well, it is a lot of information that we don't have. And then we have employees.
I'll say this. I don't work with First Transit every day, but our key staff does, and our finance department, Mr. Boone and his employees. The manager they have over there, they're very pleased with. The communication's better than we've seen it in many, many, many years. So are they perfect? No. But First Transit's been very responsive to staff's needs. Their reporting's much better. We think they have a better handle on the day-to-day management than we've seen in 5+ years. So, you know, there is another side to the story.
Well, and let me clarify. If the council was to terminate the existing contract with First Transit and hire somebody else, the situation with the negotiation for the collective bargaining agreement would be the same.
Would be the same. And that part I do understand. Mr.
Yes.
Go ahead.
One of the, by sitting here and going through this process, I think one of the things that possibly need to be done is for there to be an evaluation of the contract by council, so that we will understand what would be a breach of the contract,
What
as
we
far
can
as
say.
management, because the management of the bus system is the responsibility of the contractor. Am I correct? So if we have a problem, it's going to have to be with the content. Within the content of the contract, it has to state that possibly the maintenance of equipment that creates a hazard of death could be a breachable
Contractual.
contraction in the contract. So I think, because I don't know what's in the contract, because I don't know those things that would cause the flag for a breach to be declared. So I think if me as a council member, if I'm gonna have to make a decision on something like that, I'd really have to understand the contract. And I think that's one of the problems.
That's a major problem.
That's the major problem right now, because we as a council don't know what
What
our
your
rights are,
contract-
because we don't know what's in the contract.
What the contract says.
It's
And
I mean, that's just,
You're questioning our contract that we have with the contract?
no, I'm talking about the contract between the city of Beaumont and the transit. First Transit.
But you guys signed the contract, right?
We don't sign the contract, we approve the contract. Not the
So y'all
contents of it.
approved it, but
Well, that's the question. I'm not disputing you, but that's the question as to whether there's a full understanding what constitutes a breach of contract.
And that's from the council view of it. Now, from the union side of it, you, as the union, make your petition known to First Transit in your negotiations. So there's a negotiation side from the union side of it, and then there's a city side with First Transit.
But we can't get it. Now,
Well, but it's
we're
two
getting
separate-
dangerous
Well,
now.
I think
Mayor,
you're talking
we
about two
understand
different.
No, it's
all of
two,
that.
right, it's
I think
two
you're talking
different.
about the collective bargaining agreement.
Well, there's a collective bargaining
You're talking
agreement,
about the management.
and you're
Right.
talking about the management, and that's
So
the
we
point.
We shouldn't be discussing the collective bargaining
Right.
agreement.
But
how
it's
that
two separate,
how
I
that
mean,
operates.
I'm not discussing general items, I'm just saying, it's two different parts.
Well, see,
Well,
that's,
what she's
that-
trying to
wait,
do is-
please pardon me, I don't mean to cut you, but that's why this is so dangerous. We're
That's right.
treading in dangerous waters, because as we allude to a collective bargaining agreement, could be conceived as interfering with a collective bargaining
right.
agreement. And that's not what I'm wanting to do at this point.
And I absolutely won't.
I need to understand exactly what would constitute a breach of the contract with the transit, between First Transit and the city of Beaumont.
Right.
Because that's the only way I can deal with First Transit
That's right.
unless they're coming to the end of the contract.
Correct. I agree.
So I don't want to get in the midst of talking about the contract between the city of Beaumont and First Transit and dealing with the labor contract between the employees and the union and First Transit. I don't want to deal with that, and it's not because I don't want to.
We can't.
So that's why this is so
Complicated.
It's not as easy to deal with this.
Let me make this clear. We fully understand what's going on. Just like you have attorneys, the union has attorneys as well. And they're not just in 30 cities. We're all over and in Canada. So we know what we're doing. We know what we're talking about. We're not trying to get you to do anything with our contract.
Well, somebody made the comment that we can end it.
And the reason why we made that comment that you can end it is because there's conversation between Mr. Boone and Mr. Hayes with that company. When we go to negotiations, it said, well, let me get back with the city and see what they, listen.
I got you.
That's what we're being told. So naturally, we're gonna come here and ask for your help because that's what they're telling us. Why they're passing the buck to the city, to Mr. Boone and Mr. Hayes, I don't know. But that's what we're being told. So I clearly understand what our contract consists of and what your contract consists of because I've read that. But we're here on a different level. We're appealing to, the work conditions. And it is just not the work conditions, but that's what we're appealing to you for because you provide those vehicles.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that most of the questions that council is asking now or today are external to our agreement with First Transit. One of the things I think to kind of get us off the high center is if the city manager can reissue a copy of the contract to council of that agreement and let us regroup on that next week. Because I don't think we're going to solve anything sitting here right now without that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Durio.
One question on the bus, back on the buses. I know part of the agreement is that First Transit maintains the buses. What do we do if it's something that needs to be done on one of those buses and they're unable to do it? They're not capable of fixing something on that bus, being as we own them.
If they can't fix something, it's a safety issue, they would pull it out of service. Now, it may be that if it gets to a point where they don't have enough vehicles for service, they're going to come back to the city and say, we need more buses. But as has been discussed, we have several new buses on order. But that would be their remedy would be to come back to the city and say, we need another bus. We can't fix this one, or we're going to have to reduce service.
When are the new buses due to arrive?
The STS, I believe, are by the end of this calendar year. The big buses, unfortunately, they take over a year and a half to build, so we don't expect them until maybe next year.
The end of 22?
Yeah, I can get you the exact dates, but I believe it would be the end of 22.
Thank you.
We were told the paratransits would be here by October, and the fixed route buses would be here by late March.
We can get you the schedule.
Thank you. Councilmember Turner.
One other thing I just want to state to Amanda, just want you to know that we do know that the majority of your membership are citizens of Beaumont, and that's on my mind all the time when it comes down to this. And we are doing, as the attorney said, we do what we can, but it's just, according to the contract, it's not much that we can.
Okay. Appreciate that. We do. We really do.
Councilmember Turner.
And my concern is more on the bus maintenance side that the citizens actually travel in and citizens actually drive. The oversight, you're saying, to my understanding earlier, you said the reports go to TEA. but we don't get the reports from TEA.
TEA school.
Not T. Oh man, I'm sorry. Man, we've been in here a long time. My apologies. DOT. Text dot. So, is there any kind of way that moving forward we can be more on top of the oversight of text dot? Maybe looking at it monthly to make sure we're on the same page with some of these reports that are actually being made, because I see there could be a discrepancy right there. We actually may not be knowing what's going on due to the fact that we actually don't get the reports directly to us. So can we request that more frequently so we can be on the up and up and we can know what's going on?
We can.
Like monthly if possible.
Yeah, we can certainly ask for the reports. In terms of reviewing the vehicle, we'd have to incorporate our fleet, which our fleet services, which the city has, whether or not we incorporate that into their management. I don't know if that becomes an issue for our management oversight contract, but we can certainly request their reports. Yes, sir.
And lastly, like Councilman Samuel said and Councilman Neal, I would like to know if we can get that contract and go over it together as a council, maybe on a workshop or executive session, next Tuesday if possible.
We could do an executive session.
I'll provide it to you tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you have any?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
very
guys.
much for coming forward
Thank
and
you
giving
so
us
much.
information.
All right, thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a 10-minute break. We've gone nonstop 3.5 hours. If you just allow us a 10-minute break and we'll be back. Thank you. Good luck. Now we're returning to our regular agenda. Mr. City Manager, can you please read our
Okay, Mayor and
first item?
Council, item number 1 is an ordinance entitled an ordinance denying a specific use permit to allow on-premise consumption of beer and wine at a convenience store in a GCMD 2 General Commercial Multiple Family Dwelling 2 District at 3529 North Major Drive in the City of Beaumont, Jefferson County, Texas, at a joint public hearing held on August the 16th. The Planning Commission recommended 7-0 to deny the request. The administration recommends denial as well.
Thank you. Council, you've heard the reading of item number 1.
Mayor, I so move for denial of item number 1.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councilmember Getz.
Chris, the owner of the business was not able to be at the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting, and that was the time to make comments. So he and I and you have discussed this, and it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that he will be allowed to do the to-go daiquiri sales for the time being, and then at such time in the future, if he wants to come back and reapply for a specific use permit, if his circumstances change, he's allowed to do that.
If circumstances change, he can come back at a later time, yes.
Okay, and what kind of circumstances would need to change to allow him to come back?
Again, I think at the Planning Commission, there was a lot of concern or confusion as to what his program was, because there was a convenience store, a restaurant, a game room, to-go beer and wine, and it seemed like his program was changing. And so I think, in my mind, if he has a clearer idea and a clearer floor plan of what he plans to do, that he could always come back at a later time.
Okay, and would part of those circumstances, if he was to adjust the hours of when he's asking for on-premise, I don't think anybody's, God, I hope nobody's wanting to go buy daiquiris at 7 in the morning, but that's what he's talking about here in his specific use permit. If those hours were to change, would that be something that could be considered as well?
I would think that would help, because again, based on the discussion, it seemed to be concerns about the hours and drinking with the game room and in a convenience store just seemed a little unique.
Okay, thank you.
Also, there was a question about children going into the store and selling alcohol. Correct?
I think the concern was the game room, because it was presented as not an eight-liner. It was presented as an arcade, and so the question is, children being an arcade and drinking alcohol in an arcade didn't seem to make sense.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal?
So just to confirm, there's not going to be any on-site consumption?
Correct. Based on if it's denied.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Turner?
To my understanding, this establishment does sell food, and if you compare it to a restaurant, it is at 51%. That's like the normal weight with a liquor license, a daiquiri to go. They do sell food.
Well, so we just had a conversation with him a second ago. He says they do sell food. He doesn't feel like the alcohol would be beyond 51%. So if it were more alcohol sold on premise than food, then it would be more of a bar situation, and we would have to revisit this in the future.
Okay, and if possible, he did want to say get rid of the 8-liners and the gaming machines and wanted to go that route. That could be a route to explore. I'm asking because I know the arcade, and I know he wasn't present to actually speak at Planning and Zoning. I actually did call him because I want to know what was going on. And the arcade is completely separate from the establishment, so it's not like the kids are actually in the convenience store. He does have the sitting area. So Councilmember Getz asked earlier if it's something he wanted to revisit and try to shape it up a little bit better. Would it be possible it could come back in front of Planning and Zoning, because he wasn't actually able to be there to answer the questions?
Well, again, you could always send the item back for further consideration. my thought though is it sounds like he was still trying to formulate what the business was going to be, exactly what the floor plan was going to be, and I think once he gets that firmed up, then he could always bring it back.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor. And
Councilmember Gibbs.
I've been in there, and the eight-liners are gone. The arcade is, yeah, it's Pac-Man. It's whatever they do in an arcade. It is down on the end, but I think they sell beer at Chuck E. Cheese. Do they not?
They do.
I guess my point is that just because there's kids in a place, you can still have consumption. I mean, restaurants have kids and they have, they sell alcohol, but that depends on the volume of food versus alcohol to make that determination. Is that okay?
Any other discussion? All in favor in denying this request at this time, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion fails. Next item, please.
Item number 2 is an ordinance entitled an ordinance granting a specific use permit to allow a communication tower in an LI light industrial district for property located within the 6300 block of Walden Road, the city of Beaumont, Jefferson County, Texas. A joint public hearing held on August the 16th. The Planning Commission recommended 7-0 to approve the request. The administration recommends approval as well.
You've heard the reading of the item. May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, I'm sorry. Councilmember Turner moved to approve, and second by Councilmember Durio. Any discussion? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? May I have the next reading of the next item, please?
Item number 3 is an ordinance entitled an ordinance denying an amended specific use permit to allow 2 driveways accessing the north cul-de-sac of West Lucas in a GCMD 2 general commercial multiple family dwelling 2 district at 622 West Lucas Drive in the city of Beaumont, Jefferson County, Texas. A joint public hearing held on August the 16th. The Planning Commission recommended 6-0 with 1 abstention to deny the request for a revised specific use permit. For new council members, when there's a protest against, or when there's protest against this request was received by more than 20% of the land immediately adjoining the subject property, in your code of ordinances, when that happens, a vote of 3/4 of the city council shall be required to approve the request, which means there has to be 6 favorable votes in order to approve this. The administration recommends denial as well.
Council, you've heard the reading of item number 3. May I have a motion, please?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we table this item, and if I can have just a second to explain why, before we get a second, if you don't mind. When we were at planning and zoning, the way that this thing was presented to everybody was that this was for or my understanding is that the Planning and Zoning Commission thought that this was for 1 driveway, not taking away the other driveway that's already been poured. My personal opinion is this needs to be represented back to Planning and Zoning.
Because it was presented with
One. But what staff is asking for here in this ordinance is for 2.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, so we're going to pull item number 3.
Just for clarification, Mayor, are we tabling or are we actually just sending it back to planning and zoning?
I'm sorry. We're going to send it back. Your motion was to send it back, correct?
Sure.
Okay, we're going to send it back because as presented today, it was not presented with the 2 driveways, correct?
I think it was presented as the 2 driveways, but it was never explained that it was 2 driveways at planning and zoning, in my opinion.
So you're asking for clarity at planning and zoning?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a way,
At the planning and zoning, the way I understood it was presented, they already had one driveway, and that they were trying to get approval for a second driveway. That's the way I understood it. And the neighbors in the neighborhood, they didn't want it because they already have people lined up in front of their houses to go through the drive-through at the cookie shop or the snow cone place. It's really a small area, and they even showed the pictures. I mean, the second driveway is going to be like between the building and a fence. They're barely going to be able to clear it. And there's a lot of people spoke up against it. And like I said, they had one that was approved by permitting, but back when they did it, it didn't go before the zoning commission because it wasn't required at that time, I think. And so now they want to put a second driveway there.
And I appreciate what you're saying, but per this ordinance, the driveway, the original driveway would have to be removed as well.
Right.
And I don't think that was the intent of planning and zoning.
The council could approve the existing driveway if they wanted to, correct me? They could say, hey, the driveway that's there is okay, and deny the second request for a new driveway. They could do that.
They could, yes, sir.
They could table it and send it back to P&Z, but the council has the right to say, look, we know the existing driveway's been there, we can allow that, and then you consider the second driveway. I mean, you can amend this ordinance before you today. And I say that just because if it goes back to P&Z, which is fine, it's gonna take 45, 60 days by the time it probably goes back. And then the applicant is out there having to wait longer. So that's just a consideration.
So Councilmember Neal, do you want to amend your motion?
Can we vote on it as two separate driveways?
I think you can, but
You can, yeah.
So, or, I mean, I'm looking for guidance from council on how to
Okay.
make this motion.
So
But you got a second to your motion.
you got a second to your motion, so you need
I'll
to
withdraw my
withdraw.
original motion.
Second.
His withdrawal.
Your second,
The withdrawal that I actually seconded.
okay.
Okay, then Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the existing driveway that they presently have.
Thank you. May I have a second, please?
Second.
So there's a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor of one moment.
So the proposal is to approve the existing driveway to the north, but send the question of the second driveway
That will
back?
come up as second issue.
Okay.
That's going to be a second motion.
Okay.
So all in favor of approving the motion and the second that's on the floor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carry. Now, may I have a motion to rescind
Or deny the second
or
driveway.
deny the second driveway,
That's this one, right?
and which was presented to planning and zoning?
That's the second.
May I have a motion, please?
I make a motion that we deny the second driveway.
May I have a second?
I second.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
I am.
Okay, the motion carries. May I have the reading of the next item, please?
Item number 4 is an ordinance entitled an ordinance granting a specific use permit to allow the expansion of a cemetery in an RMH residential multiple family dwelling highest density district for property located at 3945 Scranton Avenue in the city of Beaumont, Jefferson County, Texas. Community Cemeteries has submitted the request at a joint public hearing held on August the 16th. The Planning Commission recommended 6-1 to approve the request with 2 conditions that are listed in your staff memorandum. The administration recommends approval with the same 2 conditions.
Council, you've heard the reading of item number 4. May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving item number 4, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carried. May I have the reading of the next item, please?
Item number 5 is an ordinance entitled an ordinance granting a specific use permit to allow a funeral service, embalming, and storage facility in a GCMD2 General Commercial Multiple Family Dwelling 2 District for property located at 2220 Calder Avenue in the city of Beaumont, Jefferson County, Texas. Broussard's Mortuary made the request at a joint public hearing held on August the 16th. The Planning Commission recommended 7-0 to approve the request with one condition listed in the staff memorandum. The administration recommends approval with the same conditions.
Council, you've heard the reading of item number 5. May I have a motion, please?
So move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any question or discussion? All in favor of approving item number 5, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carried. May I have the reading of item number 6, please?
Item number 6 is an ordinance entitled an ordinance vacating and abandoning a portion of a right-of-way located just south of 1315 South Street, City of Beaumont, Jefferson County, Texas. A joint public hearing held on July the 19th. The Planning Commission recommended 8-0 to approve the request with one condition listed in your staff memorandum. That one condition has been met, or all the items required have been submitted. The administration recommends approval.
Council, you've heard the reading of item number 6. May I have a motion, please?
Move for approval of the ordinance.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor of approving item number 6, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carried. May I have the reading of the next item, please? Number 7.
Mayor and Council, item number 7 is to consider approving an agreement between the City of Beaumont and Hardin County as to the regulation of subdivisions in the portion of Beaumont's extraterritorial jurisdiction, or ETJ, within Hardin County. The state legislature back in 2001 required that all municipalities and counties enter into a written agreement outlining regulatory responsibility of subdivisions within ETJs. And it says soon after, back I guess somewhere around 2001, the City of Beaumont entered into an agreement with Jefferson County, but not Hardin County. The issue has now arisen as a plat for large development is being submitted to Hardin County. While Beaumont's 5-mile ETJ currently extends north of Pine Island Bayou into Hardin County, the likelihood of the City of Beaumont annexing into Hardin County is pretty low. It should be noted that the proposed agreement would not alter the existing ETJ and would not prevent the City of Beaumont from future annexations into that area if the council so chose. So the administration recommends approval of this agreement.
Council, you've heard the reading of item number 7. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving item number 7, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carried. Item number 8, please.
Item number 8 is an ordinance amending the 2021 budget, and fingers on it. It's entitled an ordinance amending the fiscal budget of the City of Beaumont for the fiscal year 2021 to appropriate additional revenues in the general liability and capital reserve funds, to appropriate additional expenditures in the employee benefits, solid waste, hotel occupancy tax, water utilities, law recovery, and general funds, providing for severability and providing for repeal. And our CFO, Todd Semino, will walk you through the proposed amendments.
Thank you.
Mayor and council. As you know, towards the end of each fiscal year, we analyze all the funds of the city to determine if a budget amendment is needed in the form of either interfund transfer of cash or an additional appropriation of funds. And just to paraphrase from our financial policies, an interfund transfer of cash is usually needed if you have a particular fund in the city that doesn't have sufficient cash, revenue, or fund balance to sustain its operations. An example would be how we usually transfer money from the general fund to the municipal transit fund every year. Also, to paraphrase from our charter, if we anticipate that a fund within the city is going to exceed its budget, we need to come to you and ask for an additional appropriation of funds to cover those costs. So before you, in this agenda memo, lays out the details of our proposed interfund transfers of cash and additional appropriations of funds in the various different funds, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have on those.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, Todd, it's the different categories that are listed out from original budget to proposed amendment, I think is understandable. But under general liability, we go from 4,000 to 500,000. Just for the sake of clarity, could you explain, because that is a huge jump in that one category?
Sure. So the general liability fund is what we call an internal service fund, and that internal service fund has no revenues of its own. The budget that you see there of $4,000 is just interest income that we earn on the cash that's in that fund. So time to time, we have to transfer money from the general fund, water fund, and solid waste fund into the general liability fund because there's really no way to predict from year to year what type of litigation, lawsuits, et cetera, we're going to have. So that's why we're transferring $500,000 this year to shore it up for next year's operations.
Thank you.
Any other, Councilmember Getz?
At a recent CVB advisory board meeting, it was noted that the hotel occupancy fund was extremely healthy and its revenues were far above what had been projected. In lieu of that, why are we still thinking that we need to make a transfer of funds to shore that line item up?
There's no transfer of funds going to the hotel occupancy tax fund. We're basically appropriating additional appropriations in that fund because they're expected to exceed its budget that was passed by council. So we had some unbudgeted expenditures in there, such as the 2% one-time payment for employees.
Mm-hmm.
We had those bow cycles that was unbudgeted that council approved. And then, of course, you know, basically the building up of the Nature and Visitor Center, they have some contractual obligations to get that up and going that wasn't budgeted. So that's basically what this is covering.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
Just one. For the proposed amendment, in the case that some of these fundings that are proposed isn't spent, do they just go back to the general fund?
Sorry, could you ask that one more time?
For the it's saying proposed amendment, we're saying proposed, and let's just say some of this money is proposed but not utilized or spent. Does it go back to the general fund?
So when we're transferring cash from one fund to another, it stays there. But if we're asking for an additional appropriation of funds, then if it's not spent, it's just in a budget appropriation. There's actually not money there. You're just appropriating part of the fund balance to be used in case you do need to spend that money.
Okay, so journal entry.
Right.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Duria.
On the employee benefits fund, is this because has to do with the city being self-insured? Is that why we're having to fund that for additional $1 million?
So we are self-insured, and so it's hard to predict what your claims are going to be from one year to another. And an example would be, you know, cancer or premature births. Those are usually high dollar claims. So we budget looking at our trends of the past, but you never can predict when a high claimant's going to come forward, and we had several high claimants this year.
Were any of them related to the pandemic?
Nothing as far as a high claimant, but we do have additional costs because of all the COVID tests that we're paying for.
Mayor.
Councilmember Getz.
Can you walk us through item number 7 and how that, what are we talking about there?
Okay, so item number 7, we're basically transferring from the general fund $10,340,000. $4 million of that is going to the capital reserve fund. As you know, the capital reserve fund is another internal service fund. The only revenues of that fund are to basically replace our rolling fleet, our vehicles. So we typically have to transfer money every year from the general fund to the capital reserve fund to fund building improvements, equipment for the fire department, police department, things of that nature. So that's what that $4 million is for. The $6 million is going to the general improvement fund. $1 million is to continue the fleet parking lot improvements, which council approved in the prior capital plan. And then, of course, the $5 million for the purchase and use of the property at 555 Main Street. And then finally, $340,000 is going to the general liability fund, which was discussed in item number 1.
Any other questions? Thank you, Todd. Council, you've heard the reading of item number 8. May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Councilmember Samuel, second. Any other discussion or questions? All in favor of approving item number 8, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carried. The city manager, can you please take us into our joint public hearing?
For the public hearing, the public would have background, walk you through the salient changes or recommendations related to the budget, capital program, and then therefore, if any citizens want to speak on the public hearing. So, this is the normal way we do this, to hopefully to provide as much information as we can. So the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022, the existing tax rate, as you can see, of 71 cents per $100 of assessed value. Our valuation would decrease to 70.5 cents. We talked about this a few weeks ago. Water and sewer rates would increase 5% effective October the 1st. The monthly garbage rate would increase $1, which is a 5% increase. And the reason we do that or make recommendations on an annual basis, I think the last increases were actually back in 2019, but that these the Water Utilities Fund and the Solid Waste Fund are what are known as enterprise funds. They're required by the city charter to be self-supporting, self-sufficient. So there's no other revenue going to those funds other than what the citizen pays for water and sewer consumption on their water utilities bill, and then also what they pay on a monthly bill. That revenue, that rate of right now $19.75 a month, what the customer actually pays supports that fund. There's no other tax revenue or anything else going to support it. So, next slide. The proposed budget provides for a 4% increase in wages for police officers and 3% for firefighters, and that's per their collective bargaining agreement. It also provides for a 3% increase in wages for our civilian employees. Maintains existing levels of services despite COVID-19. We do have a very strong fund balance in the general fund, which has allowed for a continuation of our existing services. The projected starting fund balance, and this is for the general fund, is approximately $44 million, which is 31% of projected expenditures. And the council's been, I'd say, aggressive and wanting to make additional improvements. So you authorized $25 million in water revenue bonds back in 2020 for water and sewer projects across the city. We're planning to spend, which you've signed off on, $13 million in federal money, federal funding in the next 12 to 24 months on additional water and sewer projects. It's the most money we've seen spent for infrastructure improvements related to water and sewer, probably in the city's history. The city plans to issue $33 million in certificates of obligation this fall for street rehabilitation and drainage improvements. Okay, go to the next one. We have a few more slides and then we'll be done. So future challenges, just to be mindful of, the proposed budget does have a projected deficit of $1.4 million. We feel that this is okay because of that healthy fund balance, and we will have vacancies throughout the year, which could offset that number. And there's a lot of variables. There are items that we're looking at. Y'all know Mr. Semino well. Kristen Ferguson is on the front row. She's our controller. We're looking at numbers on a weekly basis throughout the year. And then on a monthly basis, of course, we're looking at sales tax revenues and property tax receipts paid to the county, industrial payments. There's a lot at play. So a lot of things happen throughout the year, and we adapt and make decisions and make recommendations to the council. So what I'm trying to say is the $1.4 million, it's less than it has been in previous years at the same time throughout the year, making changes, and our department director's doing a really good job of reining things in. We normally come in under budget, and a lot of the time by a good amount. So looking towards 2023, the general fund is likely going to make a transfer closer to $2.5 million, which is usually the average of what you transfer to the municipal transit fund. This year, we only need to transfer about $1.7 million, and that's because of that federal money we received for transit services. And so there's funds remaining, and the fund's healthy. So again, that could be a new $800,000 cost in 2023. Unknown if the city will receive additional federal funds, which we received to reimburse ourselves for COVID-19 related expenses. So we have $3 million of revenue in this 2022 budget. If you did not have that, your deficit is 4.4 right there, right? So be mindful of probably not going to have that $3 million in 2023. Next slide. So we also do not know at this time what our industrial values are going to be for 2022. They're projected to be as much as 4.4% less than last year. So if that's true, what we budgeted for is $800,000 less revenue from industrial companies. We have probably 25 agreements somewhere in that neighborhood, 25 to 30. So we budgeted for $800,000 less than we received this year, and you need to know that the payments from those industrial companies, they're based on the values and the tax rate. So if the council wanted to lower the tax rate more than what we're proposing, which you have the right to do, it's going to affect these payments, and we're going to even receive less in 2022. A majority of the city council may be interested in additional marketing and communication efforts. We're in the process of making some changes in our Convention and Visitors Bureau. We believe that they do a very good job of marketing the city and do a good job with social media. And we're planning to add 2 new positions in the CVB and transfer money from the general fund to pay for it, because the change is that they'll continue to do what they're doing, but then have the appropriate staff under someone, an employee there right now who does an excellent job of, again, marketing the city better, pushing information out to the public better, responding on social media in ways that we've never done before. So that's in the works. I just want you to know it's going to be an additional cost. I think some of you are, I'm not polling you, but I think when I talk to you, we know that litter is a big problem under these TxDOT underpasses. We all are saddened by what we see. We don't own those facilities, but we sure clean them, and we clean them. We've been cleaning them Monday through Friday, and that's really just not sufficient, because we know that, I think yesterday there were 8 to 10 people at College and I-10, and litter everywhere. Sometimes we go by twice a day, but it's sad that, you know, a lot of people come to town to visit people and do business and so forth on the weekend, and then they're seeing it at the worst times. So we know that we need to start picking up, or we think we should pick up 7 days a week, and that takes additional staff to do it. So we're in the process of increasing 1 or 2 full-time employees there with some part-time employees to try to service those underpasses 7 days a week. Some of you have talked to me and said it publicly here at a meeting about maybe additional code inspectors. And when I say code inspectors, they're the employees out in the public looking at junk motor vehicles and litter, dilapidated structures. Last week, you talked about the possibility of additional code inspectors for building codes. That's not as high a priority, and I'll tell you why. It wasn't said last week. We have 2 inspectors out, or we did last week, and that's why the response times we were so busy, is because one had COVID and one just had knee surgery. So we're trying to gauge, do we really need an additional inspector in building codes? But it is a possibility. We're looking at it. But if we do these things, these are not items that are budgeted in the 2022 budget. We would add those positions. What we try to do is, you approve an allotted number of positions in the budget. This proposed budget is 1,317. So as long as we stay below that, we're fine. I just want you to know that to achieve some of these things, and if any council members have issues with them or you want to talk about them, this would be the time to do it. But if we're going to see improvement in these areas, which the administration staff agrees we need, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in new cost. Next slide.
Can you put some cost on those for us?
Yeah, each position, you know, when you let's say you hire an employee for $40,000 and then you add, say, 27% for benefits and then healthcare, $13,800. Healthcare costs per employee, you know, you're at 60 something. And depending on how many of these positions you know, we hire and when we hire them and that annualized cost, could easily be $300,000+. So, go ahead.
One question. Could we contract to have some of the litter picked up instead of hiring an employee and maybe save us some money on something like that? Because, you know, just to have, really there's a handful of locations, and hopefully we're going to do some things to get a handle on that litter. We can talk about that at the workshop next week. But in the meantime, until we get rid of this toxic charity that we seem to have people just dropping off cases of water, which, you know, I understand people need to drink, but gosh, there's so many other problems that are under those underpasses. Could we look at maybe contracting out instead of hiring?
We can. We utilize Quest, which was the former Beaumont Products and Services, which employs mentally and physically disabled individuals, and we've had an agreement with them. They changed their name to Quest now, but they do an excellent job for the city of Beaumont. In fact, they work Monday through Friday. I don't think they work on the weekends, and they do a lot of. Okay, so they're down here helping us, for example, at City Hall Monday through Friday every day, out in the parking lot. First thing they do, start the day, and then they go work in the Central Business District. They have assigned streets throughout the city where they're picking up litter. Sometimes it's weekly, sometimes it's monthly. It depends on the arterial or collector or what classification of street. So to answer your question, they don't work on the weekends, but there may be businesses out there that could do it, and we could look into that, or we will look into that if the council's interested, because what happens if we could staff up, we've already started paying some people overtime and started picking up 7 days a week through this last weekend. So we're going to continue that. There are a lot of vacancies within that highway maintenance division. So if we staff up one, it's easy to go back down if we hire, you know, a company to help us. So we will just compare that cost, and then of course you approve a contract. So.
Well, the hot spots, as you already know, is like you've identified College and I-10, MLK and I-10, and right there in Zaharias Park around the convenience store behind it. Those are the areas that seem to be really bad with litter from transients, vagrants, homeless, whatever you want to call them at this point.
Carl,
ma'am,
if we didn't hire, have you considered hiring part-time?
We have a mix of full-time, part-time right now, and we call it highway maintenance. So for the public, go back, let's just say 2 or 3 years, before 2 or 3 years, and the council approved this. TxDOT, you know, back in the 70s, our highway system throughout the state of Texas looked pretty good, which was world renowned. And, you know, as they had their own employees and they contracted out, and they, you know, cut the number of mowings back from 8 times a year to 6 to 4, and it got down to 3 or 4 through Beaumont, and council members and others weren't pleased with the way our, you know, I-10 and 69 looked. So we had a discussion with the city council at that time and said, look, what about us taking it over? And we met with TxDOT, and TxDOT agreed and said, look, if we spend, I'm making up numbers, but if we spend $150,000 a year on this right now with outside contractors, we'll give you that amount, no more than that, no increases. And yeah, they were happy to give it to us. So we took over mowing and litter pickup on I-10 and 69 throughout the city limits of Beaumont. And it looks much, much better than it used to. And we're still trying to make improvements, every week. So to answer your question, Mayor, it's called the Highway Maintenance Division. It's in the Parks Department. It's a division in the Parks Department, and it's a mix of full-time and part-time employees.
Thank you. Councilmember Turner.
I think all these things are really, really great that's in the budget. I'm kind of happy to see this, Kyle. Thank you for listening to some of our concerns and addressing them. It's just one thing that I don't see that I would like to ask about. A lot of the beautification that's been going on in Beaumont, I think the citizens are very pleased with it, with the landscaping that's been going on off some of the freeways like Lamar University, and you got some of the spots downtown where we have the landscaping. And though we're maintaining and cleaning up and the whole nine, I think what we see off our interstate does impact the mentality drastically throughout the city of Beaumont. So, me personally, I have asked, and I'm not going to stop asking about it. I would like to see more beautification off our freeways and our intersections. I think we definitely need to address this. I don't see a point of cleaning it up real good if we're not going to beautify it as well. So, I'm speaking as one individual. Hopefully I can get some support on that, because I think right now citizens are pleased with the beautification that's been going on top of landscaping.
I want to follow that and say I agree, because there's some things we can do to help with our landscaping that really wouldn't be terribly expensive in terms of planting crepe myrtles. These are hardy plants that, you see them in Houston and going into other communities. They can get pretty tall, so they can, you feel like you're just driving through a flower garden sometimes, when you're seeing all these crepe myrtles, and they're very, very good for this area. So I'd like to see some of that along our freeways as well. But how would that work? We don't really own the freeways. I mean, would that be something we would have to work with TxDOT for?
I think they would definitely allow you to plant things.
At our expense.
They'd have to sign off on it, but they are good to work with, and they're fine if they know what you're planning to do usually, and if you're going to go do it. So but we're spending a lot of money in that highway maintenance division to make 69 and I-10 look the way it does right now. I mean, that's a new cost that we've added a couple years ago, which we continue to pay for every year. We all think it's important, and there's no doubt we can do better. We just probably need to zero in on, you can't make every intersection look special, even though we'd like to. We need to target our, we look at the vehicle counts and maybe the businesses and neighborhoods where, a lot of people are traveling to and from, and maybe zero in on some targeted spots. The mayor and I have already worked on a couple together, and we can work on more, but we've just got to do it within, we've got to know what but again, you can't do every intersection in the city of Beaumont. We probably need to zero in on about 20.
Well, we can't do everyone, but one of the conversations that I did have with our city manager is that we have more of a balance of beautification where it's just not, where it's evenly distributed throughout the city, so that you don't drive on one end of town and you see all of this beautiful landscaping, and you come to another side of town and then you have sticker shock because you wonder what happened to this flower bed. And so that's been some discussion that the city manager and I have had, because my question was, what department is beautifying certain flower beds as opposed to others? And so I think if we do something that's more uniform and just duplicate it all over town, then we would see more of the same all across our city. So that's something I'm looking forward to seeing. Councilmember Getz.
We used to have something in Beaumont called the Beautify Beaumont Commission. I don't know when that went away, but apparently it has gone away. Maybe consider bringing something like that back and partnering with some of our garden clubs to help us, if we do some of the heavy work, getting the flower beds ready and everything, and letting the garden clubs work with us. We have that Marie Calcote area on Phelan, but right now I'm not too much aware of any other things that are being done. Or is there anything else being done by garden clubs right now? Okay. Is that something we could look at?
Sure.
Councilmember Felshaw.
And one of the things I think we need to remember in regards to the overpasses, TxDOT's getting ready to rip all this up from Walden Road to Fournette Road on Cardinal, all the way to Delaware exit in front of One City Church, and then around all the way to 7th Street exit, I believe. So it's a 5-year project, but they're getting ready to tear all of that up. And so we don't want to go out there and plant a bunch of stuff in 2022 and then have them come in behind us and rip it up.
Good point.
Last question.
Councilmember Turner.
I think that's a great idea. That helps us solidify those
Where to
20
put it.
hot spots that we're talking about.
Absolutely.
There's 20 intersections that we own that we could do better.
Yeah, but I would definitely love to see it. I understand it can't all be done at once, but maybe we can phase it out to where we know what we'll do yearly. So I would love to see that done to that magnitude. I'd love to see that added. That's it.
Right now, that highway maintenance division is projected to cost next year $836,000. So we didn't have that cost, I don't know, was it 3 years ago, something like that?
Councilmember Durio.
Going back to what Councilman Felshaw said about the work on the highway from Walden to Fournette on 69 and then from 69 all the way to 10. They're getting ready to do that, but also they're getting ready to rip up that bridge on Fournette Road. I guess it'd be just east of Walden, between Walden and Cardinal Drive, right there about a 19th hole little place. If they take up that bridge and doing that work, hopefully they're not doing it at the same time, because it's going to be hard getting in and out of the Terrell Park area. Basically, you'll be getting rid of the detours.
The citizens have spoken out about that, and they've delayed that 124 bridge work for a bit. And I believe the agreement that they've made is that they will finish the bridge work on 365 over the bayou. That's been ongoing for some time, and they've pledged that they won't start the 124 work until they have two-way traffic on 365. It was a lot of the Fournette community complaining about it, and they are aware of the traffic issues, and there's some other work, I believe, up 124 by Ford Park, and they have planned with the contractor that and made provisions if there's some problem on I-10 due to that they'll immediately resume traffic on 124. But when 124's bridge does get underway with construction, it will be out of pocket for quite some time. You won't be able to drive down that road.
They won't be able to do the 124 and the work on Interstate 10 at the same time.
It's gonna happen at the same time because a 124 bridge has to be addressed sooner rather than later due to safety concerns. So there's no way they're gonna postpone it 5 years until because I-10, as Councilman Felshaw mentioned, is at least 5 years, and that's if they're on time.
Guess I'll be stuck at the house.
Be patient.
Okay.
So we are in very good financial position today, mostly due to the following. And I'm reading it because there's people that can't see this when they watch our council meetings. We try to live within our means, and what that means is, within the revenues that we have on a yearly basis, which we continue to do year in, year out. We have not built in the extra revenue we have received after the various storms over the last 20 years. We've downsized the workforce from 1,407 in 2001 to a proposed 1,317 in this budget. That savings is about $5.5 million plus a year. It's a lot of money. We have taken advantage of lower interest rates, and we've refinanced, or you've approved it, our debt to decrease the annual debt payments, and also been in a position to borrow needed money for street drainage and water and sewer projects. Police and fire and EMS expenses continue to outpace other departmental services and are 59% of expenditures in the general fund. And that does not include the new vehicles and equipment that the council, approves to support those departments. And what I'm trying to say is if you went back 20, 30 years ago, police, fire, and EMS was probably closer to 50% of expenditures. And this is known throughout the profession as crowding out. They continue to creep up year after year and take up more of a city's budget. The contract with the police union expires in September of 2022. So we'll be negotiating hopefully a new contract. And it's also unknown what reimbursements we will receive from FEMA related to Harvey and Laura. And we don't really know when those funds are closed out. I think we were reimbursed after Hurricane Rita, right, for 11 years? Ike, 11 years working with the federal government to get reimbursed. Don't anticipate it would take that long with these two storms. At the same time, I'm just letting you know that the unreimbursed expenses are eventually paid for either from the general fund, the water fund, or the solid waste fund. So we have to shore those up, or will at some point, which means that just comes right out of your fund balance. Is that the last slide? That is it. Be happy to answer any other questions you have. And
I will.
Any reimbursements from Imelda?
we closed out the Imelda fund, so we're in good shape there.
Okay, I would now open up the floor for our joint public hearing that you just, that was just read. If you have already done so, or if you have not, please fill out a green slip at the back of the room, hand it to the clerk. She will call your name if you would like to speak on the joint public hearing.
William Bailey, 4810, I think that's Lofton Street, Beaumont, Texas. I'm assuming maybe he left. Lori Leister, 1240 Wilchester Court, Beaumont, Texas.
Hello, Council. I am here to talk about the Terrell Building, the Nature Center in Terrell Park, and others are here to talk about it also. I will let them go in more detail about it. There was one thing on the budget that you all voted on a little while ago about the transfer of the $175,000 back to the CVB. I just want to remind you that back in June of 2020, you all voted to return $350,000 back from the $2.1 million that was originally budgeted for that building. The actual budget came in lower by about $450,000, and it was recommended that you transfer $350,000 back to CVB. And so that was done. And so this $175,000 that you all added for additional overage for that building, I'm not sure where it all came from. I also understand that the bikes that CVB purchased for downtown were around $23,000, and they came from a budgeted item where the CVB employees did not travel in 2020, so it was taken out of that travel fund. I just want you all to be aware of that. Our group would have loved to have had the $350,000 to go to replace the roof across the back of the building. We've not gotten a firm number on just the roof number, just the cost of just the roof. But in our estimates and people we've talked to, we thought that it would be around $250,000 to $350,000. That's what we're interested in the budget, or budgeting that in the future. I know it's kind of been moving on that time. But the second thing, others will talk about that in more detail. The second thing I want to talk about, I'm also on the Parks Advisory Council. And at the meeting a few weeks ago, there was talk about the stables, and the people in the stables want to lease the house that's in front of the stables. I rode out there as middle school and high schooler for many years, kept a horse out there, and the people that operated the stables in the 50 years ago always lived in that house. That was kind of part of the deal. So apparently, from what I learned at the Parks Department meeting, the operator wants to lease that house. Currently now, apparently they pay $300 to $350 a month to lease the stables from the city, and they've asked to lease the house. And we were told at that meeting that they offered $700 a month to lease, including the house, but Parks decided that they wanted $1,000 and they couldn't reach an agreement, and so it's kind of at a stalemate, and apparently it's going to go out for bids. So I wanted you all to be aware of that also. Just in conclusion, what I intended from that comment was there needs to be a long-term plan for Terrell Park, and it needs to be budgeted, and it needs to include the community and not just the CVB, because the park belongs to the city of Beaumont and the citizens of Beaumont. And the Terrell Park Coalition would very much like to be a part of that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any others that marked to speak, so I'm not sure who else wants to speak as far as, I'm talking about for the public hearing only. Who else wants to speak for the public hearing? What's your name? Okay, because they all check public hearings, that's why I'm asking. Or work session. Steve Lewis, is it Steve Lewis? Do you want to speak for the public hearing? I think so too. He wants to speak about Terrell Park, but that would be just public comments, general comments. Okay, I have no other, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Gibbs.
We have been told we're going to have a work session on the proposed capital plan. Is that still on tap?
Yeah, because of time. I mean, I wasn't. You've had that. Yeah, you're right. Ask any questions you want about the capital program right now.
Well, okay, is this the work session or is this?
It was a while ago, and I didn't go into the projects because I submitted this to you, back in May and in August. So you have it. So yes, any questions you have, please ask them.
Okay, well then, yeah, I didn't ask then because it wasn't listed as a.
No, it's listed. If you look at it, it's listed as the proposed budget and capital program. So
It's joint public hearing. Okay, well.
Mayor, if you'll close the public hearing and maybe allow any council members to ask questions about the capital program.
Okay,
But
so
it's
there's,
listed for both, and the public hearing was on both.
okay, so I will close the floor on the joint public hearing.
All right, so as we go into talking about the proposed capital plan, there's a couple of things that I would like us to consider budgeting for. The first is something that I've been looking for several years now, and that's to have a dog park built at Rogers Park. And I know it was included, and I appreciate it being included in the proposed 2022 capital plan. But we need to consider how we're going to fund it. And as we've noted, we have a very healthy fund balance. I want to make sure everyone understands that this isn't a pet project for Mike Getz. This isn't something that I necessarily feel that is essential. It's not essential. It's a quality of life project. But it is something that is very important to over 2,600 citizens. And they've signed petitions They've volunteered to donate, and I think it is something that we need to consider moving forward on. So that is one of the things that I think we need to consider budgeting and would like for us to try to do that. The next thing is the operation of what I hope is going to become a homeless shelter for the city of Beaumont. Operational expenses for the family services facility that they currently have been provided to myself and perhaps others on council. Utilities, a little less than $100,000 a year. Depending on what your staff looks like, you know that could vary wildly. But if we're going to be under a mandate by the state legislature to do something about public camping in the city of Beaumont. We're going to talk more about this at the workshop next week, but it's appropriate now as we start figuring out what to do in our capital plan and how to pay for things. We're going to be under a mandate to have people no longer camp on public places. But also included in that law is a little wrinkle that says we've got to provide them a place to go.
No,
we
you're
do
wrong
not.
on that. There is not a mandate in that House bill that requires the city to designate an alternate campsite. It says, should you, if you do, the plan has to be approved by a state agency.
Correct.
It's not a mandate that you have to provide alternate campsite.
But it's a mandate that an officer cannot arrest or direct somebody unless they have a place to go.
No. He has to advise that there is a place to go, not that the city has set up a place to go. He can direct them to, or she can direct them to some other place. Well, whether they do or not.
Excuse me, please don't speak up from the audience.
This is not part of the public comment.
Okay, well,
So you need to go back and read that.
I'll be happy to go back and read that. My understanding is that if an officer is going to direct them somewhere, there has to be somewhere. I mean,
or not.
Well, or they can't enforce it.
They can issue a citation.
They can issue a citation.
Okay.
But Councilmember Getz.
But that is something that I think we need to consider funding as well. Operations of a homeless shelter. The third thing that I would also like us to consider funding is, as Ms. Leister said, finishing out the back portion of the Terrell Park CCC building. I know it's been said that some in the city administration would like to see that used for a butterfly garden. I think there's plenty of places in Terrell Park to put butterfly gardens other than there. I think butterfly gardens are important. I think that bee gardens are important, and I'd like to see those put into Terrell Park. But I also would like to see the rest of that building built out because it's not going to be utilized as a patio. It's just not likely to draw anybody there. But if it did have a roof all the way across, then it would be, and I also think it would protect the structural integrity of the building. What needs to happen, Mr. Manager, in order to provide for funding for any of these things that I just talked about?
You need to get 4 votes and then tell us how you're going to pay for it.
Well, so would the appropriate thing to do be to put it on the agenda and see if I can get 4 votes and then figure out how to pay for it?
That's the way it works. You need a second to get it on the agenda. Then you have to propose how you'd amend the capital program and then how you'd pay for it.
And one of the way to amend the capital program is say we want to pay for something out of available cash.
You could do that.
All right.
Councilmember Neal.
Thank you, Mayor. question for Todd Semino. On page 11, under assessed value of taxable property, my question on that, on the 2022, the personal property assessed value, why has it decreased?
So we don't get the detail of why. I'd have to probably inquire with the appraisal district as to why those personal property values decreased. But those are obviously things that aren't real estate. So it could be inventory in people's businesses. It could be their equipment, their trucks. I don't have an answer to that.
Okay, my next question, budgeted for the 2021, we originally had, or with the, as amended, a $5.4 million deficit, correct?
Are you in the general fund now?
Yes, sir, page 15, sorry.
Yeah, as amended, 5.5 million.
What was it originally?
I think the only change would have been the transfer out to the
1.8?
Imelda fund, the 1.8 million.
Okay, so this year for the 2022, we're projecting a $1.4 million deficit. So where I'm trying to get with this question is, what would it cost to buy the tax rate down?
$850,000
Percent.
per 1 cent.
850,000 per cent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Per 1 cent. Yeah.
Okay.
So if the council were to lower it 1 cent, have 850,000, it's just a ballpark number. Less revenue coming in. Half a cent, 425,000.
All right, thank you.
Mayor,
Councilmember
Go
Getz.
first.
Go ahead.
we had a presentation made to us today by Family Services. What is the path forward for dealing with their request, Mr. Manager?
If the council wants to entertain that, which I think most of us would recognize would be positive for the community. We've identified two pots of money, one that we would give priority to, and I'll let Mr. Boone speak to that if you're interested right now. They requested $2 million, so you'd have to, what we normally do on a day-to-day basis is say, go through the who, what, and that's why I talked to her yesterday, and she talked about the who, what, when, where, why, cost. If they buy this building, what's the purchase price going to be? What are the renovations going to cost? Give us solid numbers that we can come back to you. And you saw a number, I think it was somewhere around 8 million, maybe, but they requested 2 million from the city of Beaumont. So you start and say, look, is this a good number, or what percent of this project would the city of Beaumont be funded? But let's say you said, yes, we want to provide 2 million towards the purchase price and the renovations. Then we've already identified, Chris Boone brought it to us, and we've had a meeting within the last couple of days, maybe it was yesterday, but so tell them the pot of money that we think is eligible. We'd have to double check with HUD, Department of Housing and Urban Development, and so I think we have 2 million if the council's interested in going down that road. And it's not the American Rescue Plan money. It's probably a better source that meets that criteria.
Yeah, just to clarify, on the pot of money, and I know we've talked about American Rescue Plan, ARP money for infrastructure, which was referenced in the budget. This is ARP money, but it's ARP home funds. So when we talked about the money for I think the infrastructure improvements, it was ARP funds, but a different pot of money. So the funds that the manager was referring to is home ARP. So part of our normal home allocation every year, but this is ARP funding. So in addition to our normal allocation of home funds, we were allocated 1.8 million, 1,865,394 to be exact, of home ARP funds. Now, them being ARP, the rules are a little bit different than our normal home allocation, and we were in a webinar as late as last week on exactly what the rules are related to home ARP. But we do believe that The project that was discussed today, we feel like these funds could be used for something like that. The second pot of money is we have some residual CDBG funds left over from the EDA portion of the Small Business Revolving Loan Fund. That's the amount of $263,118. So again, combination of those two. Again, we need to confirm that with HUD, but we feel like those two funds could be used towards a project like that.
Mayor?
Councilmember Getz.
Chris, in looking back through some old resolutions and ordinances that have been passed, it looks like the city of Beaumont has given family services for help with reconstruction and building their current facility, $350,000 back in 2002 or 3, and another $350,000 in 2004, and then $80,000 for the perimeter fence, almost at least $800,000. My question is that should we go ahead and allocate the funds you just said so that they can move into their new location, and they're willing to let that facility come back to the city? When would be the appropriate time, Mr. Manager, for us to have that conversation about whether or not we would want it and would want to operate it in some form or fashion?
I think, okay, my understanding is that I don't know where they are in trying to purchase this property. So, number one, I don't know when it might happen. If it does happen, when they take possession and can start the renovations and then eventually move in, you're probably talking 6 to 12 months at least down the road. So I think you'd have plenty of opportunities to talk about, would you want the existing facility, and then for what purpose? And I know you're going to talk about it next, is that Monday?
It's on the 2nd.
Thursday, September 2nd. Talk about it then. So you'll have plenty of time to talk about it.
Mr. Manager, Councilmember Getz, that building is abandoned right now.
No, not at all.
A good portion of it is. That they are not using that entire facility.
The 17 unit apartments are occupied. The shelter is not being utilized to house people in. They're using it for storage.
Right.
And, but they have remediated that so that it could be finished out and utilized as a shelter for negligible.
Well, and they're using a portion of it, but that entire facility is not being used right now.
No, it's not, but it could be.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, and if they're going to the new facility that they're going to, like the city manager said, I'm sure that's something that we can discuss, especially with our workshop.
Right.
Councilmember Turner.
Looking over everything, I see with the general fund, our revenue source, it's showing 2/3 of our revenue is from sales tax and property tax. Me personally, I would like to see the city find some more ways to be more aggressive as far as, more more affordable neighborhoods and more actual business coming to the city of Beaumont to help with the sales tax, because we're talking about finances right now, and if that's 2/3 of how we get our money, I just want to see if we can get some creative ways to get more aggressive to grow the sales tax and grow the property tax. So,
well, we're going to have probably an off-site work session, visiting with the mayor and the mayor pro tem and city attorney on setting that up according to schedules, and you'll have an opportunity to challenge staff, and council can share their ideas on how you can grow the tax base and property taxes. So it could be a good discussion.
thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? At the close of the city council meeting, the council will hold an executive session to consider matters related to contemplating or pending litigation in accordance with Section 551 .071 of the Government Code, claim of Buffett Coleman, claim of Woodlands of Beaumont. At this time, need to consider.
Mayor, did we do number 9?
Yeah, if we could do that real quick.
I'm sorry.
I know it gets confusing behind all these colored sheets, but there is one last item.
Okay. Can you read item number 9?
Okay, it's a consider resolution postponing the final vote on the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget to September the 14th, 2021.
Council, you've heard the reading of item number 9. May I have a motion, please? Item number, I'm sorry? Item number 9? Motion, Council, and second by Councilmember Felshaw. Any discussion? All in favor of approving item number 9, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carry. Okay. At the close of the city council meeting, the council will hold an executive session to consider matters related to contemplating or pending litigation in accordance with section 551.071 of the Government Code, claim of Buffett Coleman and claim of the Woodlands of Beaumont. At this time, we will have public comments. If you haven't already done so, please fill out the green form at the back of the room. Make sure that the clerk has it. She will call your name. You will have 3 minutes when the green light come on. And when the red light come on, that means your time is up. Thank you.
Jerome Alexander, 1118 Avalon Street, Beaumont, Texas. Steve Hoffman, 704 South Blarney, Beaumont, Texas.
Well, I was going to talk more about this Battleship Texas, because I'm kind of tied up on that one right now. But y'all got the attitude I was hoping you would have about trying to see what you could do to bring the battleship in if it made sense. I think that having a focal point in the city, that would provide us a focal point for the city for a while. It may not be the only focal point we have, but it's one that we can point to. And you can say, come see Beaumont, see the Battleship Texas. And that's a good way to get people in and attract people. A side note, trying to grow the revenue and sales tax. What came to me immediately was Dallin Road Extension. When you grow that route, you're going to put in more houses, more sales tax, more property tax, and if you can get the businesses in, you're going to have more revenues. And if we could attract something like a Costco, which is a dream, but possibly a real dream, then that's sales tax revenues. That's an area we can grow in, and it's going to be inside city limits. And I know it's been back and forth, but when I first heard about it, I kept thinking, there's money in this deal. I can understand there's reasons why you may want to defer spending the money to get the money, but maybe it's time to look at that. Just a thought. Anyway, like what you're doing. I think it's good things.
Thank you.
Judy Lindsley, 6030 Marcus, Beaumont, Texas. Tony Carrier, 4240 Inez Street, Beaumont, Texas. Probably everybody's. Louis Vaughn, 9615 Mapes, Beaumont, Texas.
Mayor Mouton, council, city manager, attorney. Last meeting, city council meeting we had, and I thought it was a good idea, 6 o'clock in the evening. Maybe we need to have more of those. What I came to talk about today is Mr. Turner talked about code enforcement. And we heard, seen all these books up here, heard from code enforcement, building code. And what I heard was a different take than what we received. When I say we, is at 3930 Anita, which is our homestead. It had got flooded through a mildew. That a mildew is something else. So then when they came out to look at it, we had one inspector came out, and the first thing he said was, well, this building should be condemned. Why? Oh, it's been flooded 3 times. No, it wasn't. This was just the second time. So, you know, we still got that 3 strikes and you out. So when they got that settled, then they started inspecting the building, and we had at least 5 different inspectors just for the electrical side. And each time somebody would come in, one of the inspectors, they would say, okay, you got to do this, this, and this. Then another inspector come back, and just what the contractor had done, they say, no, you got to take all this out and put this in. That happened over and over again. We spent thousands of dollars because, see, I didn't get involved. I told the contractor, I said, whatever they say, just do it. And that's what he did. Cost us an arm and a leg, but we kept doing it. One thing said, okay, you got to change, that's the wrong color wiring. We say, well, that's what they told us. Say, no, you can't use yellow. You got to use green. Same weight and everything. Then one inspector said, okay, the box, what you got all your outlets in and everything, fine. So the lady that was here, she came and told him, ate him up. Say, listen, I'm in charge of all of this. I'm over all of them, and you got to change this box. What did we do? Change the box. We kept complying, but what you asked them, because like in the kitchen, okay, you got to have a plug here. You got to have a plug here. You got 2 feet here and all of that. We complied with everything. But no one said at any time that here is all what you need to do. But each time another inspector came out, they changed up the whole thing. And that's what they kept telling him. I'm in charge now. Wow. But anyway, what you talked about the inspectors, they need to be on one accord. But we did everything. And guess what? Because that's our homestead. And whatever it costs, I was going to do whatever was needed to get that done. But I think we all need to be on the same page, Mr. Boone. That's for sure. Check it out and see how many. Oh, wait a minute. One
Mr.
other thing,
Vaughn.
man, and I'll be through. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. All these various inspections. That's what happened. But anyway, thank you.
And that's why
for
we're
your
trying
time.
to clean it up. Thank you, Mr. Vaughn.
Stephen Lewis, 540 Campus Street, Beaumont, Texas.
I'm Dr. Stephen Lewis. I'm retired from Lamar. I have been photographing the community center out at Terrell Park since 2013. In 2015, 17, 18, and 19, I took pictures and documented as that building was deteriorating. And when finally the city decided to renovate it, we were enjoyed. I represent the Terrell Park Coalition, and we were overjoyed. And even though the original plan showed that the section wasn't going to be roofed, we figured, well, eventually the city will, realize that that has to be done. Well, it has not been done. And a few minutes ago, when Mr. Getz was asking about doing that, Mr. Hayes says, well, find the money. Well, the money was in the original $2.1 million. And when the budget came in and it was under, that money was available to revise the plans and redo that. But Mr. Hayes convinced the city council to return the money to CVB. So the money was there, but it was doled away. Now, I photographed that building every weekend for the last 6 or 7 months. And the work there is great. The contractors that have done the work have done a remarkable job. But the thing is that it's not finished. And if you do not re-roof that, it is going to continue to deteriorate. And this whole idea that, you know, this open air area, I mean, I was out there just Saturday. They had put in iron gates and one was open. I went in there. They have not waterproofed the concrete in there. It's going to continue to soak into the walls, and somewhere down the road, you're going to have to consider finishing that thing. Plus the fact that it's really an insult to the CCC boys that built it, because having those iron bars were used to have windows. Now, this is something that the city of Beaumont should be very proud of, and that the CCC boys, and I sent all the you city council members, I've sent you emails, and one of the things I said is that about 3 million men served in the CCC, and that 90% of them served in World War II fighting for our country. And to desecrate that building by not putting a roof on it is not very kind to them, and they're part of the greatest generation who are dying out because of their ages. So you definitely need to consider finishing the job. You've done a great job so far, but you need to finish it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Dunnigan, 622 West Lucas, Beaumont, Texas.
Can I approach? I'll give you these drawings.
Thank you.
So what y'all look at is on the left-hand side, it shows what the plans is. It shows driveway plans. But he's got one, but has driveway plans on it. If you look on the right-hand side, it shows approved. Okay, I'm the one that y'all just turned down about the driveway for the cookie factory that I'm opening up. I got a letter here from Mr. Boone, says he agrees that it should be approved. I got text message from Boyd Myers that says he apologizes for their mistake. You know, what my question is how do you give an engineer a stamp to approve something and then deny it 6 months later, after the small business owner spends $50,000 on product? Okay, I built this business just for a drive-through, strictly a drive-through. Spent $10,000 worth of merchandise that's sitting in Houston in a warehouse that's expiring as we go because I can't open up. You know, what I need to know is who is at fault here. I get a stamp approved, and I spoke to the mayor a few days ago, and she agrees. If it's stamped approved, it's approved. If you made a mistake, who eats it? Who eats the, you know, who, do I take the $50,000 loss because it's their fault? You know, like the man said about the plans over here, what you need to do is, there's a guy that used to work for the city of Beaumont as an inspector. His name's Frank McDaniels. I'm good friends with him. You ought to get him under oath and listen to the stuff that the inspectors get for gifts by doing favors. You know, I wasn't going to say all this, but nobody will listen to what I've got going on. I've spoke to him about it. He was behind it. I spoke to you. You said something about it. Mr. Neal, he was behind it. But it's like he's forced, like y'all forced to vote against it. All I want to do is open up a business. I want to bring more revenue than a hike and bike park that y'all want to build out here. My cookie factory is going to bring more revenue than a hike and bike park. All I want to do is open up a business here. I've been in business 32 years in the construction business, and I'm too old for it anymore. I took all my savings to open up this cookie factory, and I'm getting turned down by 7 people that won't listen to what I got. They made the mistake. They did the same thing 5 years ago on the first driveway. It got approved, and then it got turned down again. They shut the cookie factory, the Snow Biz down, or Quincy's, until they come up here and got Carlos is the one that signed off on it. Okay, he signed off on it, they called it agreed. Now it's get brought up again 4 more years later. The driveway was approved 4 years ago. The city of Beaumont come out and done the inspection on it. I mean, I don't know what else to say. You're destroying my livelihood because he knows it was wrong. He even said it. We had a meeting in the back. He knows it wrong, but he can't get everybody to go to vote against it because there's some kind of politics going on. I don't know. I'd love to speak. I could speak a whole lot more, but y'all got to see what I'm trying to get to. The houses behind me, behind my business, is all rent houses. One needs to be tore down. He needs to go look at it.
Sir, your time is up. We have your information. We have talked to you, but your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll be back the next week.
Darlene, and I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name, but the address is 770 Carolyn Street, Beaumont, Texas. Winnie, Texas. Mr. I think it's Capio. Is he still here? Or do we leave?
Is that Mike Capio?
Yep. Mike Capio, 710 Monterey Drive. I think he left.
He's gone.
Sean Javette, 2290 Avalon.
He's gone.
The Pharaoh Richard, 5275. Which street is that? I'm so sorry. Parkview Drive, Beaumont, Texas. I'm sorry.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. I have a solution to your homeless problem. The first solution I have is called a voucher program. I have about 10 participating hotels who rent at about $50 a day, and we have anywhere from 100 to, I'm gonna say 300. It's hard to say. I went to Henry's place to get a number. He roughly is 70 to 100 people a day that he feeds. So I'm assuming there's 200 to 300 people at about $50 a day, 200 rooms at these 10 participating hotels at $50 a day. We can do a $10,000 a day, which would come out for the next 130 days, which is the rest of the time for the year, the last 4 months. It comes out to 1.3 million. The second solution is the Cons building that I mentioned before at $60,000 a month, which is 100,000 square feet. It's 80,000 available square feet that I can convert into a temporary shelter, which I want to also make a cooling center because it's very hot. And we have people being hurt because of heat exhaustion. Your one-stop shop at the health center is what I want to name this place, the old Cons building. We can provide GED classes because it's conditional. You get a voucher for the hotel for the night, but you have to go to class during the day, whether it be GED, LIT, Lamar, MH, people who have mental health issues need to enroll with MHMR. There's a barber school there, there's a trade school there, there's AA, NA, and there has to be some type of mandatory drug testing. I also need help from the National Guard or some type of law enforcement to provide safety, because if we're taking money out of the drug dealers' hands, then I'm gonna be at risk. Because as you know, some of the places is a place where a lot of drug dealers hang out on the corner and they sell drugs to a lot of the people there, which is why the people hang out there, is to feed a habit. So we have to combat the problem. The solution to homelessness is housing, as you stated, Councilman Getz. The hotels, the Midtown Inn, the one on 11th and I-10, they already work with the Salvation Army on a daily basis. They have a voucher program where they house. From what I'm hearing, they charge $80, which are kind of getting over a little bit. But I see on booking.com where you can get rooms for $50. And I just found 10 hotels that rent for $50 a day. Now the first solution, the voucher program, which works very successful in Los Angeles and major cities, that would be like a $2 million budget that would be needed. Whereas the health center on the Cons building is 80,000 square feet that can be converted into everything you need: a boutique, a school, a daycare, a COVID testing site, a mental health site. We could have graduate students come in and provide mental health services. So that's my proposal. Y'all are giving money to everybody else. Hello, my name is Taffy Richard from the House of Pearls, the Cornerstone Foundation. Can I get a little bit of it too, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Herman Davis, 790 Amarillo Street, Beaumont, Texas.
excited to be a Beaumonter. I'm just so happy to tell y'all that I'm just so happy. Tina, Kyle, Mr. Cooper, Odwin, y'all like old timers. Y'all was like a full house here. Come from so far away, and I've been to city council a long time, but to be here this long, to sit here, I just love to come up here and talk to you because for what I can see what you're doing, and I see where you're going, and I see how good y'all working together. I see today what I heard to stay here this long time. It was so beautiful, 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 beautiful. All I want now is a mask with Beaumont on it, because I got the pamphlets of Beaumont, I wear Beaumont, I volunteer in Beaumont, and I can see a lot of things in Beaumont. There's a lot of people want to volunteer. And you ask about people who want to, for the whole overpass cleanup, volunteers. Volunteers in all the churches. We have some beautiful churches. I like when Mr. Frossaw came and got all the churches together to come and divide with the churches coming together. I love that. We have a contractor, we have a minister, we have Mr. Getz. I'm real close to Mr. Getz and Union Man, beautiful Robin, and Samuels. And let me tell you, I worked with these people since you're councilman, with the code people who come to my house to deal with my issues, and they've satisfied me. Mr. Kyle called me about an issue I had down at the riverfront with the great little trees down there. And he said, about my mother and father had something out there, and he said he's going to save that for us, and it was so beautiful. I've had a real good rapport with all the councilmen. I've talked to all of them. What I like about Mr. Getz, he ran with me because he got a lot of stress pressures like me. I had stress. I have to take care of my stress. And I just tell him, I said, to live long, I say, kind of ease out a little bit because working together is good. I can see it. And I can see this councilman going to probably be here together with the young people and the older people. And Mr. Kyle reminded me of Jack Brooks. You know, he was here a long time. You can go to him for anything. And when you have a person who has been here this long since Mayor Lloyd and Tina's been here this long, Samuel's been here this long, Cooper's been here this long. I'm going to tell you, Cooper's wife used to rent from me before they got married. I got to know him a long time ago. I've been in Beaumont in my frame house 41 years. I'm 71 years old. And I just love it. I leave town and go to all places, but I come back to Beaumont. I love it. I love it. And I just love the way you're all working together. Today I've seen to stay here for 5 hours. I love it. I'm just going to let you know, I want some masks now. I got the cup. I got everything. I love y'all.
Mr. Davis, thank you so much, but I just want to show you. You can see Councilmember Felshaw Beaumont, but see mine
too.
it fades away.
And I love him.
You like that one? We're gonna find you one. We're gonna find you one. Thank you.
We'll mail him.
We'll get you one.
We'll mail him some masks.
Thank you.
Lori Leister, 1240 Wilchester, Beaumont, Texas.
One last thing, excuse me. Beautify Beaumont does still exist. It's a 501c3 that was established from Keep America Beautiful to Keep Texas Beautiful, and then there was Keep Beaumont Beautiful, and Beautify Beaumont was the 501c3 arm of that. And we've been active. We're a small group. The last project we did was the Marie Calcote Greenway on Phelan, where we planted the roses. It was a partnership with the Jefferson County Agricultural Extension Agency. And I'm meeting tomorrow with Kenneth Reggett to talk about changing some of that into native plants as kind of an outreach project to the citizens to show them what grows well in Beaumont. And we also have a tree giveaway for the last few years, even during COVID. We were given 500 trees from Trees for Houston, and they were 3 to 5 gallon trees that we gave away. And we had, 500 trees that we gave away in an hour and a half. We would love Mr. Turner to work with you or Ms. Mouton anywhere in the city of Beaumont. We did these on public right away with the idea that we would pay for the plant material and irrigation through raising funds to donate to Beautify Beaumont. City labor would install the planting. We would have the irrigation system installed, and then the city would maintain it. The maintenance part of it has been the problem. There are beautified Beaumont nodes still all downtown. Most of them started downtown. The one across from the federal courthouse we redid maybe 5 years ago. But I've talked to Jimmy Neild about this and Kenneth Regatt. There are other ones that need to be redone too. So we would love to help in any way. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Now is the time for council member comment, and I will start with you, council member Samuel. Thank you, council member Felshot. Council member Turner?
No comment.
Council member, council member Getz.
No comment.
Council member Durio.
I have a comment. We almost made it. Thank everybody for your patience, for staying with us this long. Also want to put out there, giving our COVID vaccination at Harvest for Lost Souls Church, Friday, August 6th from 3 to, August 27th from 3 to 6. You have to register online at harvestforlostsouls.com. That's it.
Well, you took my comment because I told Pastor Kennedy Andrews I would announce that, so thank you so very much.
Mayor, can you repeat it because he didn't have his mic on? They may not have heard it.
COVID vaccinations at Harvest for Lost Souls, Friday, August 27th, 3 to 6. And you have to pre-register at harvestforlostsouls.com. Is that better? Okay.
Okay. Also, Riceland Hospital has free COVID testing. They're located off of I-10, right past Frankie's Italian Grill. City Manager, any comment?
Mr. Davis, Ms. Broussard is going to send you some masks tomorrow, because you do so much throughout this community and have for decades. Like to thank Todd Semino and Kristen Ferguson left. They work weekends, many nights, to put this budget together, and they do an excellent job, and we thank them very much.
City Attorney? No comment? Bart or Mr. Boone?
No comment.
Well, I want to thank everyone for coming out. We had a day and night meeting today, but thank you for coming out, and we'll see you at the next meeting. We will recess to executive session.